To call our June meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order. We have a fantastic 2 days ahead of us, so let's jump right in and get started. May we please have a roll call? I'm not hearing anything
Can
for
you
roll
hear me?
call. We might need to take a moment and
Commissioner
fix
Notch?
the sound.
Commissioner Notch? Can you tell them we can't hear? Testing.
To join to the subconference, press number of subconference from 1 to 9. Press star to return to the conference.
Thank you everyone for your patience. We will begin with roll call shortly.
Test. Yeah, it works. Testing?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Starting with roll call, Commissioner Notch?
Present.
Commissioner Snipes?
Present.
Commissioner Graff? Commissioner Hamilton?
Present.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Michaud?
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa? Commissioner Ruiz? Commissioner Sorter?
Present.
Commissioner Scott? Commissioner Wilkins?
Here.
Commissioner Donata Sapp? Commissioner Feimer? That's roll call.
Thank you. And learning from past mistakes, I'm going to check. I know we're missing a lot of commissioners this morning. Do we have quorum if we have any action items?
Not at this point.
Okay,
I just
thank you.
saw
And I see
Commissioner Ruiz just joined.
wonderful. Okay, we'll check on quorum before any items that require action if we have commissioners who are able to join us in a few moments. So let's move to a salute to our flag. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Vice Chair Snipes, would you be able to review our day one agenda?
Absolutely. So today we're going to kick it right off with presentations, starting with the California's commitment to inclusive colleges. We've got a team here that's going to talk about what's happening at the college level as far as inclusive offering. That's item 1 at 10:15. Item 2, we're going to move into our Impact Award. So we're really excited to be able to present that this year. That's going to be happening at 11. At 11:45, we're going to break for lunch. Then we'll come back at 1 o'clock with general public comment. At 1:15, we will move into our annual election of officers as long as we have a quorum. At 1:45, we're going to be talking about our ACSE annual report. And then we'll have a short break at 2:30. Then at 2:45, School Services of California and Jeanette Pelletier will come and talk to us about smart investments, so inclusive financial or fiscal health. Item 7, at 3:30, we will have our Operations and Planning Committee. Then at 4, we'll move into legislation and policy. Then at 4:30, we'll do general public comment and we'll adjourn this afternoon around 4:45.
Thank you so much. I wanted to quickly review accessibility for our meeting. We are entirely virtual today, and we do have ASL interpreters available for our presentations as well as captions. So I will ask our presenters and public commenters to speak slowly and clearly so that our interpreters are able to provide access to those who need it. And then I don't believe we have any communications or announcements, so let's review public comment options. We have an opportunity for everybody to engage with us virtually today in after each presentation, and as well as the general public comment items that Vice Chair Snipes reviewed. Could we please put up the public comment slide so I can quickly review that? Oh, perfect. It's up. Wonderful. Thank you. So there are a few ways that you can engage with us. Written public comment is welcome at any time at the email address ACSE, A-C-S-E, at cde.ca.gov. And we will also have a phone number and access code after each agenda item and during general public comment for callers to share their thoughts with us live. Comment is limited to 1 minute, and you will hear your name, you will hear yourself called by the last 4 digits of your phone number. So with that, I'm very excited to jump right into item 1, California's commitment to inclusive college. And we are so honored to have Dr. Jovan Jacobs, Director of the Division of Special Education at the Los Angeles County Office of Education, and Kristen Wright, Coordinator at Sacramento County Office of Education. These two amazing humans are our co-leads of the CCIC. So without further ado, Dr. Jacobs and Ms. Wright, thank you so much for being here, and I will yield the floor to you.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and colleagues. It's great to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity to present today to you on our favorite topic, inclusive college. And we're going to share with you this morning both a progress report and an invitation so you can understand what's happening right now around inclusive college and for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities, opportunities to attend college. Do we have the slides?
I'm on it. There you go.
Great. So if we want to go to slide 2. Thanks, Jovan. One back. Yep, there we go. Want to go back one more to our, yes, that one. So the California Center for Inclusive College is jointly led by the Los Angeles County Office of Education and the Sacramento County Office of Education in partnership. And I'm Kristen Wright. I'm the Executive Director of Inclusive Practices at SCOE, and I am joined by Dr. Jovan Jacobs, who leads the work from our LACO side. We have an incredible team at both of our county offices who are committed and talented and doing this work. So together we oversee a 5-year grant that was a competitive grant that we co-won that positions California to build the infrastructure and tools and partnerships needed to expand inclusive post-secondary. So if we want to go to the next slide. As the slide reads, we are technically a center in education code. So there was a budget item in 2024, AB 447, And we are now codified in section 66032 in the Education Code as a center. Our job is not just to run programs ourselves, but it's really to support colleges and universities in building and sustaining programs and to connect the dots across the system. We are there to assist them in every way possible. And we're working closely with Think College, which is the National Technical Assistance Center that has been doing this for a while. So this also means that we're helping programs align with federal standards, navigate funding, building relationships with regional centers, Department of Rehab, and local educational agencies and families. So if you go to slide 4, just to recap, you probably know what inclusive college programs are, but if you don't, an inclusive college program is what it sounds like. It's students with intellectual and developmental disabilities accessing real college campuses alongside their non-disabled peers. So these are not just programs stationed on campuses to stay with themselves. These are students who are going into classes at their universities and colleges with peers with and without disabilities. They're taking courses and participating in campus life and in many situations living at college and developing all the skills they need for whatever choices in employment and community living that they want to make in their lifetime. And I think we're going to go ahead and play a little video. Can everybody hear that?
Hi everyone, I'm a student here at Georgia Tech. We're asking students with intellectual disabilities around the country what's fun about going to college.
And the chance to not be around your parents.
The best thing about being in college is the food. Being in a dorm, getting to meet new people.
You have a bed, you have a sink, you have a desk, you have a TV, and you have a refrigerator. You can also hang up posters anywhere. Great mocha latte, the best mocha latte I ever had.
There are more than 420,000 school-age students with intellectual disability, but only 2% of them are likely to attend college after high school.
I wanted to come to KU because of the classes and I wanted to take choir. And also I took American Sign Language.
The classes I'm taking right now are Business Law 1, Intermediate Algebra, and English Composition 2.
It's cool to meet new people. It's fun to chat with the guys and the managers and the coaches. I want to be more independent and to join the sorority as my mom did.
I like to hang out with friends, watch sports, and I've joined the Southernmost Rural Restoration Club.
In high school, I have to be with a teacher all the time, so it was not like an independent there. I was excited to have like the college life.
There are more than 300 inclusive post-secondary education programs around the country.
Having students with disabilities in classes has compelled our faculty to reflect on their practice. So it actually makes us better teachers, makes us better professors, makes us better scholars and researchers.
It's really got people to realize that we have to focus on universal access and doing things in universal design, everything that we do.
The great thing about including students with intellectual disabilities at KU is actually it makes the entire university a better university. It teaches students to appreciate difference, and it creates a more caring environment because students support each other.
This has united, I think, our campus faculty, staff, and students. They have the opportunity to network and get mentors and other social skills and career development that their peers have had for many years. Now they have.
I want to go into real estate in the future.
My goal is to be a teacher at a preschool.
I always know that run a bank like this.
Political science is one of 3 career goals I have in mind.
My credo is maybe work in the Kansas State Capitol.
I would like to have my own food truck because I want to have pizza, have some burgers, maybe have some tacos, nachos.
College has changed me because it's helped me grow up. like getting a job or living on your own?
It's great, and you'll have a lot of support when you get here. If I can do it, you can do it.
It's a time to be serious. It's a time to learn. I have the skills. I have the skills to live on my own one day.
Think higher. Think college for students with intellectual disabilities. Think access, employment, equity, options, diversity, independence, confidence, friendship. College is possible for students with intellectual disabilities. Take the first step at thinkhighered.net, a project of Think College.
So as you saw, these are students from all over the U.S. We are fortunate that we are really putting California on the map. We meaning our inclusive college programs that are in planning and have been developing over the last few years. So let's talk about for a minute who is eligible for inclusive college programs. So inclusive college programs are specifically for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And this is really a population that's, as you know, been historically steered away from higher education and different pathways. And so this is really about equity in college access for everyone who wants to and envisions themselves going to college. And one of the reasons that we exist is really to change that. And we'll go ahead and thank you, John, go to the next slide. So I think we can all imagine what the benefits for college. It's both a civil rights argument, but it's also an economic argument. So students who participate in inclusive post-secondary have significantly higher rates of competitive integrated employment after graduation. And you'll hear from some of our scholars later about the types of opportunities that going to college and working on campus have opened up for them in their own community. So this really translates directly into decreased poverty, increased earnings, and really it's a very meaningful investment for California and for the public in general, as you can imagine. So beyond the economics, students are reporting greater independence, stronger self-advocacy, and a deeper sense of belonging and identity. And those benefits are real, and they extend to peer mentors and faculty and campus. And we'll hear from one of our peer mentors a little later as well about just the impact that goes, it's really the ripple effect, goes so far beyond our students who are attending college. Next slide. So what was our given legislative purpose? So the statute gives us 3 core charges. One is to increase the quality and number of inclusive college programs in California. The second is to promote knowledge and awareness about what these programs are and who they serve. So that's both at the higher ed level and also at the pre-K-12 level. And then the third is to support students and families in actually accessing the colleges. And that means what do they need to prepare to get there? And then what do they need in terms of support, both financially and otherwise, in order to succeed there. So that last piece matters because a program that exists but families don't know about, or it's confusing in the system on how to access it, isn't really fulfilling its purpose. So that is a big focus of ours. And we've been working in partnership with our other state agencies to try to make sure that it becomes more seamless. So our work touches all those 3: building programs, building awareness, and removing barriers to entry. Next slide. So our vision is straightforward. It's based solely on the charge we've been given by the state of California, that every student with intellectual and or developmental disabilities should have equitable access to a fully inclusive college experience, if that's what they choose. And as you all know, because you advocate for it, this is all about self-determination and self-determined lives. And there should be nothing that's not on the table for our students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And just a caveat that this is not a modified experience or parallel experience. The idea is that they're full members of their campuses, and I think you'll hear later just how much they are full members of their campuses that they're involved with. So that vision is driving our work, and it's what we ask you also to walk alongside of us as the commission in terms of advocacy and support to keep this momentum that is really exciting. So Um, Here's sort of where we are. Year one of the grant, which was last year, ran through from January through June of 2025. So our fiscal allocation timeline, we really had 6 months to lay that groundwork for what our charge was that first year. And so we, according to statute, convened an advisory work group of leaders from 6 established inclusive college programs across the UC and CSU systems. They were Fresno State, Cal State Long Beach, Cal State Northridge, San Francisco State, UC Davis, and UCLA. So over those convenings, 4 were in person at campuses, and 1 was virtual, and we gathered qualitative data and empathy interviews and campus observations and engaged with students and peer mentors and faculty to really understand what was happening. So we were really listening in that year one, which was the 6 months, to understand what was working and what the barriers were so that we could make sure that the work that we did was addressing exactly what it needed to address. So that learning has really shaped what we're doing in year 2. And so there's a few things that came up during, that you'll probably be interested in, that came up during these work groups or advisories. There were 5 of them that sort of stood out. The first one was funding insecurity. So programs were surviving sort of on patchwork grants or individual partnerships or 1 or 2 professors who had a passion for the cause, rather than like a predictable, sustainable infrastructure. So when a grant ended or that 1 staff left, the program was not sustainable. So that was the first one. The second one was really around fragmented systems, that every program was navigating its own relationship with its local DOR or regional center offices, trying to develop its own MOUs, its own vendor agreements without really a roadmap. And so part of what we've been doing is talking about how do we help streamline that so that there's at least something to bump up against so that everyone doesn't have to reinvent the wheel in every local office. And our state partners have been very open, and they're excited about this work around inclusive college too. The third one is gaps in the P12 preparation. You'll be interested in this. So students with intellectual and developmental disabilities are often arriving very underprepared to be able to take college classes. Even though they're able to take college classes, they haven't really had the experiences, the academic experiences or expectations, not because they're not capable, because a lot of our students with intellectual and developmental disabilities are in special day classes and maybe don't have the level of rigor that would be necessary in order to access academics. And so this sort of idea that we're increasing rigor in California for all students, but for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities who can also access the alternative pathway to a high school diploma sort of all fits nicely in a trajectory of higher expectations, access to courses in high school, and then this idea about being able to go to college, it becomes more real. And I think Sarah can talk a little later about when students are coming to programs that they're really lacking basic literacy skills. And so that becomes a major barrier to be able to access academics, as you can imagine. So that's one area that the programs have had to remediate a lot, and they're finding that students are able to learn to read or get literacy skills through technology that really help them access courses. The next one is faculty preparedness. So a lot of professors, they do want to welcome students with intellectual disabilities in their classrooms, but they haven't had training in universal design for learning or inclusive pedagogy. And so as they're becoming more comfortable, we're seeing more opportunities. I think UC Davis went from 1 or 2 professors to like 135 class offerings this past year. And the final one, and I think this will not surprise anyone, but it's something that we as a system need to address, and that is the ableism around students with intellectual and developmental disabilities being at college. And really starting with sort of low expectations generally through their school trajectory, and then that sort of coming into the college experience. And so people, the public, not thinking of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities as students who are going to college, and us needing to really think about how we can help shift that. and not have any limits on what we believe any student can do. So it's sort of that, it's a thread that's running through every other barrier, and dismantling the ableism really is just more, it's more than about access, it's about mindset. And it's a lot of the work I know you all are doing in various ways across your own systems, but it's the culture shift that needs to happen. So we're hoping to do our own version of envisioning what college looks like in California for students with intellectual disabilities, and sort of a campaign to be able to have people see and visualize that, because that's where systems change. So anyway, these are the findings that year 2 have been sort of heading us down the path to address. And I think moving to the next slide, I'm going to kick it back to over to Jovan.
Well, thank you for setting that up, Kristen. And so for more details, the LED report will have that QR code. So if you want to read more about the year 1 findings, it's all in there. So just talking to end, year 1, when we really looked about, as Kristen pointed out, the needs of our universities was additional funding to how do we support, continuing the program, expanding that, and, continuing the offerings. So we were fortunate enough to be able to provide from our CCIC grant an expansion grant to our university partners. So it was UCs and CSUs. We put out, proposals. They sent in, they filled in the grant, what their needs were. And so we reviewed them to make sure that it was in line with, the vision of the center and the vision of California. So these were the following universities that got additional funding, or we'll highlight Sacramento State, who is planting that seed to begin a program. So just to continue to enhance the great work that is already going on across our state. So I want to go into a little bit about, year 2, as we're currently in that year, rounding it out, really looking at our focus was, continue to build awareness, the excitement around that, and, really talk about the access to inclusive colleges. So, after, reviewing the advisory group and having our 6 university partners understanding the needs, where do we need to go, we, that group has changed into the Inclusive College Collective, where we're really looking at, current programs. So they have 2 members from each, and really where they're sharing information, resources, promising practices. They're engaging in dialogue around the common challenges and what emerging opportunities that they have. They're identifying and evaluating policy barriers for program development, access, and sustainability. So really looking at that. So we are configuring that. We want to provide more opportunities to hear directly from them as being part of the center. And then, as looking at the legislative charge, understanding that, the need to continue to develop and to expand. So, we have engaged with Think College, that's, who developed the video. They are the National Technical Center that Kristen and I meet with quarterly with other centers and other states to really make sure that we are on the same accord. And, we are working with them to provide these inclusive college program development cohorts. And that's really for new and emerging programs. It's really to talk about, how do you schedule, to funding, to course development. And we're creating that space for connection and allyship with other programs. So really excited about that. We continue to expand our CCIC website. We also encourage you to go on there and sign up for our quarterly newsletters, as we're really focused on the students, the programs, and hearing directly from them as we elevate their voices, from the field, from those that are attending these programs. We have the CCIC listserv. And, as Kristen talked about, we are continuing to engage with the Department of Rehab, Developmental Services, and key partners to really expand the need and really share out there. And, as we look at our partnerships and elevating student voices, we're really looking at continuing to share this information. So we present at many national and state conferences about the inclusive college programs that are happening in California. We are looking at developing a student ambassador program. But before we get to that point, so it's about them, for them, we have an ambassador design committee. So all the current programs are, selecting one ambassador to design, to kind of be the steering committee of that, about their needs as students. What does they want their social media content to look at? How do they want to, talk about their experiences and also give feedback to the program? So that's really exciting. There's going to be a second component to that as we have student speakers. So really looking at that cadre of student speakers. You'll see 2 today, which we're excited to bring them along and they can share their stories. And, because we're getting so many requests for student panels. We run a couple for various conferences, and even local SELPAs want to have a student panel there. So we're help facilitating that. So we really want to get that cadre and really talk about, their advocacy skills for that. We look at our continued engagement with P12 programs and participate with transition fairs and college fairs. So there's over 30 various college transition fairs, SELPA fairs, local district fairs for our students. And currently we've participated, CCIC has participated along with other inclusive colleges, about a third in person. So we're excited to continue that and to get that word out so that we can meet the families, we can meet future scholars, other programs to talk about inclusive colleges. And we've had continued family engagement through the Seeds of Partnership and Family Empowerment Centers. I recently met locally with all of our LA County Family Empowerment Centers and sharing that work. So we're getting the word out to our families. And just going back to a little bit about, California focus on inclusive colleges. There's currently 23 in our state. That is both the 9 that we've kind of talked about, a little bit of the UCs and CSUs, and the community colleges and other post-secondary settings. So for anybody out there that is like, hey, I run an inclusive college program, let us know. Go to our website, contact us. This is the official, they have to go through Think College to fill out a form, but let us know and we can help walk through that if you have a inclusive college program. And here, if you guys go online for our families out there, our future scholars, you can go there and we have descriptions of all the information about current inclusive college programs, from descriptions if we have when their application is due, it's on there, to how much the programs cost. So we have all the information that we, it's not complete with everybody as each run a little different, but we have all the current information about that on our website. And just to kind of elevate, back to the CSUs and UCs, here are the 9 active programs that we currently have. And I just want to uplift UCLA for being 20 plus years in this space of inclusive college. Fresno has been 15 years, to San Marcos and UC Davis that have 4-year programs, to those that have been, around for a while, Long Beach and CSUN, to more of our newly developing program, East Bay, San Francisco, and San Jose. So, as Kristen had talked about, our first 6 months, we went to many of these programs. We're able to talk to the students, talk to professors, and kind of get a feel for that. And, as any of us that have ever applied and, gone on college tours, they all feel very differently. So, just that local need and just to be part of the campus environment. So just a little bit about our current, college focus, about, programs. Of course, we all went to college for that career pathway. We know what our career, well, some of us know what our career is, some have completely changed, but what is that, idea that you think your major is going to be in your career pathway to get employment, to really focus on the academics, the independent living situations, that community inclusion, from the games to, sporting events, to theater, to whatever you're interested. There's something for everybody on a college campus. And finally, that learning the self-determination advocacy. So really looking at those cornerstones of why going to college and the importance of that environment for everybody. So I just want to touch a little bit about the TIPSIT. So Transition for Post-Secondary Programs for Students with Intellectual Disabilities, the TIPSIT grant. It's a federal grant. There was a little touch and go. It's 5 years. It was ending 2025. So we weren't sure if there was going to be additional funding, put. So up to the last minute, the grant was released last summer, and our colleges and universities had about 5 weeks over the summertime to put in this very comprehensive grant. So it's really a competitive funding that supports college universities to develop, expand, or enhance inclusive post-secondary programs. So in order to be funded, our programs had to meet the academic inclusion and course access, our career exploration and employment preparation, independent living, and self-advocacy skills, and fully participate in campus life. And really, as everything else, aims to improve post-college outcomes, including competitive employment. So I just really want to give kudos to our 6 universities up here on the screen that we got a fourth of all TIPSIT grants nationally. So California is really out there and excited to see that work. So some are, we can see Sierra College, so community college got that. So, continue that work in that important space of that opportunity, which is more local for students to go to. And even we have our private university, Stanford, that we know that has been doing really state-of-the-art work for inclusion and with students with disabilities. So that work continues on with Stanford looking at developing a program for inclusive college. And lastly, I really want to highlight again the excitement around the nation of what's going on in California. So the State of the Art Conference, this is the first time it's been in California. It's usually on the East Coast, and the conference, so it's called SOTA for short, provides opportunities for college, university, researchers, program staff, parents, and self-advocates to learn about current state of research and practice in the field of inclusion and post-secondary education, and opportunity to network with each other. So it's really that space that we really talk about inclusive programs. So they really wanted California to host. They came up to us last year, it was in Syracuse. It's typically on the East Coast, and really wanted to hear the excitement that's going on with California. So UC Davis is hosting while we're supporting, California Center for Inclusive College is supporting that. It's October 27th through the 29th. I hope many of you, it's Sacramento, many of you will go and attend that. It's a great opportunity. What makes this conference different than most conferences is that there's a parallel student leadership conference that has current and prospective students into the conversation. They have their own sessions. They learn about the transition to college life, they expand their skills, and they make those connections across the country. So they're having a great time. They're having night activities. They don't let us in. We can go say hi, and they're like, go to your boring sessions. So there's some really excitement work that they get to do and really talk about that. So there's a QR code, and it's coming up soon. So we really love that opportunity. There will also be a transition fair tied into that. So families that are out there, potential students, it'll be at UC Davis on the 27th. So more information on that. So that is a free event at UC Davis. So it will be a lot of California colleges, but also other programs nationally will be there. And so lastly, please check us out on our website. If you wanted to read more about the legislative report, there is the bit.ly and the QR code. And please, read our newsletter. Please sign up for all of our additional information. And I'll go ahead and kick this over back to Kristen, as she'll introduce UC Davis.
All right. So the real stars of the show are our inclusive college scholars and our directors and staff and mentors. And so we're excited today to have with us Sarah Barnes, who's the academic director at UC Davis, and Karis Chun, who's a 2025 graduate and mentor. And we also have as a special guest, Kelly Lamb, who is also here with us today, who just as UC Davis was doing their graduation last week, Kelly is a mentor and is graduating from UC Davis this year. And she gave one of the graduation speeches at the commencement. And we just thought we would have her share it with you to get a flavor of the impact that we're talking about. So I'm going to kick it over to Sarah, who and Karis, and then we'll kick it over to Kelly after Karis and Sarah finish. Sarah?
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. Thanks, Javon. So, hi, my name is Sarah. I'm the academic director for the UC Davis Redwood Seed Scholars Program. So, we are a 4-year residential inclusive college program. In 2020, we got $2.1 million through the TIPSID grant program. So, that was a 5-year grant. That money is gone. But we have worked really hard to be sustainable, and with the support of the CCIC and future monies and just cooperating with other universities, we know that we will continue to be sustainable. So we have currently 45 scholars. We just graduated literally last week. We just graduated our second cohort. We are a holistic program, so our scholars receive direct support and instruction in residential living, employment, academics, and social inclusion. Our model is peer mentor supported. So that's what Kristen was talking about with our amazing mentor, Kelly. So at the end of this year, we had about 175 peer mentors that are providing support to our 45 scholars in those 4 areas. A couple of just highlights for you guys. I could talk about our program for hours, but I'm told I have 2 minutes. So I will just share a couple of data pieces because I know there's some data heads out there. So over the last 5 years, I think Kristen actually mentioned, we started out with 2 UC Davis classes that our students could access. And we've grown that to 135 classes that our scholars have taken, all student driven. The student is at the center of everything. 135 classes across 39 departments, everything from entomology to art to English to statistics. And then as far as employment, that's the whole goal of our program, is that upon graduation, our scholars will be able to, sorry, I just remember this is being translated. I need to slow down. Sorry to my ASL translator. So our scholars have had job sites, about 75 job sites, from the care lab to the police department to the vet school. And that is really the purpose of our program, is that when they graduate, they'll be able to have competitive integrated employment, make a living wage, and have the skills they need to live their lives on their own terms, which for most of our scholars means living independently. So we do have Karis Chun here, who was one of our first graduates in 2025, and she is part of our great statistic that 88% of our graduates are living independently and employed. So Karis, I'm gonna toss it over to you and ask you to introduce yourself and just really share, why did you want to go to college?
Yay. Okay. Hello, I'm Karen. Of course, introduce myself, being part of the program. Let's see. I want to go to college because I have friends who went to college and they seemed a lot of fun, and just everybody dreams who wants to go to college in those typical things. But because we have disability, and for my parents, they didn't quite know there was the whole college system for people with disabilities, so they didn't know. But for my teacher, who was a high school teacher, she was the one who introduced to us the UC Davis program. And when I was graduating my high school, the program just opened up that fall. So I was immediately transferred to high school to college immediately, and absolutely did not know that's going to happen later on. So that was quite fun, also terrifying at the same point.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I was going to say, what were your expectations? Terrified and excited, it sounds like.
Yeah, terrified and excited, and just like, what the heck, in a way, because my parents never expected I'll go to college at all. I never expected there was going to be a program in college or anything. I thought I was going to go to a college, like a local college, and go take me like 1 or 2 classes and probably struggle. Absolutely. But other than that, nope, it did not.
So, Karis, can you tell us, how has your life changed since entering the program? Let's start with your geographic location, right? Where are you from? Where do you live now? And what do you do?
Yeah, so I live in Southern California. It's about 10 hours-ish drive from home, so from here. So I live independently. Upping Davis was my roommates, and pretty much like half of California away from my parents. And I never like leaving home. I'm a homebody, so leaving home always been terrifying. I don't like going camps and all that. I get terrified. But for some reason, living in Davis with people with disability, somehow that changed my thoughts about leaving home. And most other students probably had the same thing. So seeing them having the same fear and the same problem of leaving home, but seeing them like that makes me feel better because we're all on the same page. So like it's kind of nice.
And where do you work, Karis?
I work in, well, of course, working for the program course.
Well, so tell people, they don't know. So tell,
Yeah.
what does that mean? Yeah.
So I'm a scholar support. So, and I pretty much do most like other mentor works all at the same time, but also new things and more supporting scholars in more like one-on-one or in different types of um support where mentors cannot really support in a way because mentors are useful and really supportive and helpful, but there's some areas just having a scholar to a scholar support. I think there's some areas it just makes them a little more comfortable or just things pops up that you never really expected, and then also having a different point of view, helping mentors or teachers or even scholars in a way that they can understand and having a more brighter view of like in support.
And what's your second job before we pass it over to Kelly?
Yes, I work at the on-campus library for 5 years now.
Yeah. So Karis was so amazing that we had to hire her. So as she was saying, she works for our program now. She was a student, now she's my coworker. We hired her and one other alum, and they have been so, as they continue to do, the scholars always push us and make us better and make us think outside the box. And having them on our team has really been a game changer. So thank you all for tuning in. And I guess Kristen.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Karis. Kicking it over to Kelly to round us out, and then Jovan is going to introduce a scholar and staff from a Southern California program. Kelly, thank you for joining us today. And Kelly was so nice to join us. This wasn't planned weeks in advance. She was just so fantastic that we asked her to come and share with you. So Kelly, take it away.
Yeah, no, thank you for the invite, Kristen. Hi, my name is Kelly Lamb. I'm a fourth year student at UC Davis. I'm actually about to graduate this weekend, so wow. But yeah, I'll present a speech that I made about my personal experiences that I shared at Redwood Seed's graduation, and I will recount that now. So I worked with the Redwood Seed program for just 1.5 years, and I first learned about this program when I took Beth Foraker's seminar, her first year seminar on disability, during which I just transferred from community college, where I was also working part-time at a day program for adults of all ages with developmental disabilities. It was very fulfilling and wonderful, and yet we were so understaffed and overworked. The only frame of reference for what good programs for disabilities looked like. Little did I know that at UC Davis, something revolutionary was happening. A post-secondary program at a well-recognized university where scholars can live on campus independently with so many wonderful people working together to build up a supportive environment for each individual there. Completely demedicalized and deinstitutionalized, with the goal of removing the barriers that surround our able-bodied society. And honestly, I couldn't believe it. The very idea of this program existing is something that I would not have been able to imagine before. I grew up in the Bay Area, where school and career achievement are the beginning and end of self-worth, where ableism gets addressed through the absolute least amount of effort that still produces good PR, where it's #inclusive, as long as it's monetizable and you don't go too far. I'd internalized that I would only be accepted if I met these social standards of success, and I placed those standards on others. I'm also neurodivergent and queer, and I've spent my entire life learning how to cover it up and behave as normally as possible at school, at work, and any place where I felt like I was too visible. Needless to say, I was depressed. However, it's experiences like working at Redwood Seed, meeting like-minded people, learning more about neurodivergence and disability that got me to question why I was trapping myself in this way. Redwood Seed never expected me or any of the scholars to be perfect, or to assimilate into neurotypical, able-bodied shapes. Neurodivergence and disability were just additional aspects of the human experience, and allowed to simply exist. And the reason why we were able to challenge and start dismantling ableism is because of our community. Everyone here cared so much about what they do, both the directors who single-handedly created the framework for all of it to exist, and the mentors who take the time out of their days to put that framework into action. Every space that I've ever been, whether it's my community college, my old workplace, UC Davis, Redwood Seed, they all taught me this lesson. That capitalist standards of success, of being normal, are worth breaking down. If you can live a life without them, living only for what makes you and the people around you the most happy and fulfilled, then I would consider that to be true freedom. And some people may politicize our program like the way so many other programs and resources for disabilities are being defunded by the current administration. But I know that we will persist because they cannot defund our connections with one another. Finding community is the most important part of being alive, and I'm very glad I managed to find it in Redwood Seed. And yeah, thank you for listening to my speech.
Thanks, Kelly. Amazing. On that note, kicking it back to Jovan.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and introduce from Cal State San Marcos. We have Molly McFall, who is an academic specialist, and then they're in the same little box together, and then we have Hendrix Cobain-Bigert. They'll go ahead and talk a little bit about the program, and then we'll hear from Hendrix about his experiences. Thank you, Molly, for joining us today.
Wow, thank you all so much for having us. We're so thrilled to be here. And what a beautiful speech, Kelly. That was incredible to listen to. So thank you so much for sharing with us. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. My name is Molly McFall. This is Hendrix, and I'm the academic specialist for the Aspiring Scholars Program here at Cal State San Marcos. My role encompasses, all academic support for our students and the professors that we collaborate with. Our program is a 4-year non-degree pathway for individuals with intellectual disabilities seeking an inclusive college experience, with the ultimate goal, similar to other programs, of competitive integrated employment. We are recognized as a comprehensive transition program, and we were recently awarded the TIPSID grant, which will support and fund us until 2030, which is particularly beneficial for us because we are growing so rapidly. We started out in the fall of 2023 with only 4 students, and we're very happy to say that we're going to be going into this upcoming fall semester with 33 students. As a part of our program, students are expected to participate in 4 key ways. So one is through academics. Students are fully included in college classes and take courses aligned with their interests and their career aspirations. We've so far collaborated with over 80 professors across disciplines and departments, having students take a wide range of classes, including foreign languages, science, history, kinesiology, art, media, and design. And then our second pillar is vocational internships. So starting in their second year, students in the program are placed in internships either on or off campus to gain valuable work experience. So we currently have over 10 internship partnerships across campus, and 4 students who are in paid positions currently, which is really exciting. Students also participate in monthly life skills seminars where the seminar topics depend on our students' needs. So we've taught everything from health and wellness to Greek life to, the ethics and use of AI, really anything that piques their interest and that we find meaningful. And then the fourth kind of pillar is that students are expected to participate in some way in campus life. So between clubs and activities and social events, we just expect them to get out there, get in the community with the support of peer mentors as well, to engage in all that college campuses have to offer. And then while on campus, kind of as I mentioned, students are supported fully by peer mentors who are fellow CSUSM students that volunteer their time to accompany and support students in their classes, at their internship sites, at events, and then during study sessions that we host Monday through Friday. We currently have about 65 peer mentors per semester, but we're looking at having about 100 for the incoming fall semester. And then upon completion of our program, students receive an academic and career studies certificate. So yeah, we're excited, we're growing, and we're just thankful for everyone's partnership. And then I'll hand it over to Hendrix, who's going to talk a little bit more about his experience with our program.
Yeah. Oh, hi, I'm Hendrix Biggert. I am 24 years old, and I'm a student at the Aspiring Scholars Program at Cal State San Marcos. In the fall semester, I am starting my internship. Oh, I'm starting my second year, and I'm really excited to start my own on my campus internship and continuing to build my job skills. I have lived in San Marcos since I was a little kid and grew up a few blocks from Cal State. I explored the campus and met people from the college over the years. After high school, I went to the Adult Transition Program, which is a part of my San Marcos School District, until I was 22. And now that I think of it, I was not ready for college right out of high school. When I got on my 4 years of ATP, doing job skills, learning transportation, I was ready. I have been enjoying being a college student. I have learned a lot from the classes I've taken. It's mainly arts type classes. I took choir, introduction to cinema, and a class teaching you how to do video editing. Taking those classes in my first year, I've had a lot of great opportunities. I got to perform in a choir concert. I made a short video and a short film that used my acting skills. Also being on campus, I've joined the theater/improv club, joining in events by the LGBT Community Center, and I have volunteered as an usher for the plays and theater productions in my first year. I plan I can do it all again next year, joining in on all the fun campus events. They even have like free food and stuff. I visit the makery and love creating all kinds of art projects, buttons, and different types of miscellaneous. Learning a lot about local Native Americans from the center on campus, one of the Native American centers. Aspiring Scholars help students like me get a college education and learn more. Having people helping you for your journey, like peer mentors who are students on campus, who help us with classes or events on campus or homework, and if we need someone to be in a class for support, they're always there for you. Because I feel like one thing with them is like I had a peer mentor last semester, and like she would sit in the back with me, but like if I needed help, I would go up to her, and like I would always like do a check-in with her, but like that was kind of like really good about peer mentors. I am really excited to see how I grow in my next 3 years in Aspiring Scholars. I have a lot of new communities. I have friends. I hanged out with a friend I met on campus on Saturday. And like really, I'm really having a lot of fun in being on campus and making more friends and communities with Aspiring Scholars and also people outside of my program. But I'm really excited to see how I grow in the next 4 years. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And we wanted to thank you guys for giving us the space and opportunity to share at the center, highlight some of the inclusive college programs, and of course, hearing from our current and also alumni scholars here today. So here's our information, and that is it. Any questions, comments? I'm going to stop sharing.
Wow, thank you so much. Honestly, every time I hear about inclusive college programs, I just become more energized and inspired. And one of the things that I care really deeply about in this work is what happens after the school year's end, because for far too long, the answer for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities was not much. So the existence of and growth in the inclusive college programs in California is a direct challenge to that history and a challenge worth every single ounce of energy that's put into it. So I really, the work that you've done in a relatively short amount of time has just been remarkable. So thank you so much for bringing this to us today. And I'll open it up to commissioners for comments or questions. Commissioner Sorter.
Oh, wonderful presentation. So 15 years ago, I was getting my doctorate, and my thesis and all my research was around inclusive college programs. And there wasn't much back there, right? We had UCLA's program. To see in such a short time, and really 15 years is not that long, how many programs and opportunities, and having students share their stories today, just so impactful. And the work is just incredible that's being done. So I just want to thank everybody for coming today and sharing all the work that's being done, and sharing that the conference in Sacramento in October.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Snipes or Vice Chair Snipes?
I just wanted to thank you for being here, everybody, but also just elevating that junior college is a really important part of the experience as well. Knowing that as adults, we have many different pathways to get to where we ultimately want to be. And so being able to provide that choice and include junior colleges in the conversation and in this process, I just have to show my appreciation for that. So we are offering that true, authentic choice that adults get to make in their lives.
And thank you for bringing that up, Heather, because that is actually one of our charges, is to work with our community colleges to expand programming and options. As you know, they were also included as part of TIPSID, which is why Sierra College got a grant. But if folks have connections to other community colleges, or you want to send anybody our way, we're happy to have those conversations. We have started to get more interest from community colleges.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, I wanted to thank you for such a comprehensive presentation. I want to highlight just how powerful it is when the students share. Yeah, every time it just to see you guys show up and with the confidence that you have, and it's just really inspiring. I also want to just note how important mentoring is for, I think, all new students, right? It can be really scary and too much to disclose, but I left, I went right into a university out of high school, and it was just too much. I could have used mentoring. And I see it with all of you that you belong, and it's just so important. And so just really great to see. Thanks.
Commissioner Scott.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so thanks so much for that presentation. It's so good to know that there are all these options for students once they graduate from high school or the transition program. And I'm happy to hear that there is, you're working on parent education, because I don't think a lot of parents know that these programs are available. I know even for junior college, parents get real nervous about their kids being on campus, such a large campus, all by themselves. So it's good to know that they have support, and that hopefully families will feel more comfortable and know that their students are being supported. I have one question. You mentioned several grants for these programs. Does that include a cost of tuition and boarding on campus for these students?
So I
Yeah,
can
Sarah, you answer that. I was just gonna say.
Yeah, Redwood UC Davis Redwood Seed Scholars, really our director Beth Foraker went this was a huge goal for us. We wanted to make our program accessible to everybody. Diversity of disability, socioeconomic status, location, race, all of those things are important to us. And so Beth went to the top DOR and regional center people and started negotiating with them and sharing about inclusive college. And I know the CCIC is working to do some kind of more joining work with this, but for the Redwood Seed Scholars Program right now, as long as our scholars as long as they are a member, a client of the regional center and DOR, the program is fully funded. So they have to write an employment goal. They have to, work through all of the steps. It is still a tedious process, really dependent upon individual counselors still at this moment in time. And we do have to occasionally go in and kind of bring the big guns and advocate for our students. But as of now, everyone is fully funded. And I know that, like I said, I think maybe Kristen can speak more to what the CCIC is doing in a larger scope.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as you all know, services, regional center services and DOR services are based on individual plans and goals. So there is not like a blanket, funding line item source for any student who wants to go to inclusive college. It's really that if this is part of their plan, their individualized plan, and this is what will help them achieve their goals for employment and community living and inclusion, then could be an option for them. And then they'll work with their regional center and local DOR office. All that said, I think one of the barriers that was brought up was that there is lack of knowledge in some parts of the state and different ways that people are interpreting how to support students. So I'll just say that we're working to try to create more awareness and equity across the state so that it's not dependent on each individual program that you go to, and everyone having to individually advocate as a program with their local office. So that's one of the things we're definitely working on this year. But I'll also mention that in the governor's proposed budget, there's a $25 million allocation to expand and support inclusive college, to sustain program as well as to help build new programs. So California is putting a pretty significant stamp on the fact that we believe in inclusive college. It's a matter of making sure that everything else is aligned in the system to understand how to support it and the benefits of it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you all so much for this amazing presentation. As the mother of a student with developmental disability who is about to become a sophomore in high school, and seeing how quickly this path goes and starting to think about college, and always wanting her to be able to have that option, it feels like it's starting to become a real option. So I'm really excited to see this program come together and learn about it, and to see that there are resources and that there is an infrastructure kind of developing throughout the state and all the programs, and that's not going to be on my shoulders to kind of build a program for her. So that's really exciting. And I also just wanted to let you know that I think it's really cool when high schools also start kind of building this bridge and talking about it. Unfortunately, with my daughter, they are. And I think that's added to kind of my enthusiasm and my kind of wrapping my head around it. Just in her freshman year, her case manager has already started talking about college and life after high school. And she did a podcast interview with a fashion designer this year because she's expressed interest in fashion design. So just really cool. And as a parent now, I can see that this is possible. So thank you.
All All right, looking for any other commissioners. All right, not seeing any. Thank you, commissioners, for your engagement, and again to our presenters. For anyone in the public who wants to explore further, the CCIC website is CA for California, cainclusivecolleges.org, and you can find their legislative report, their newsletters, sign up for receiving the quarterly newsletters, as Dr. Jacobs shared in the presentation, and a tremendous amount of other information that is well worth your time. So thank you again to everybody, and we will open it up for public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak about this agenda item can call in. The number and participant access code is being shown right now on the screen, and we will give a few moments for members of the public to call in and make their voices heard.
There is no one publicly, and there is no one on the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll now move into item 2, the presentation of this year's ACSE Impact Award winner. This is a particular item of joy for me. I love the musical intro. It really amplifies the excitement of this next agenda item. It really is a joy to read all of our presentations, all of our applicants, and hear about what's happening across the state. The purpose of the Impact Award is to highlight best practices and what's working in California for students with disabilities, and to recognize exemplary programs that result in positive outcomes for students that are also replicable, so that our partners across the state in school environments can learn from this. It was established by ACSE and funded in partnership with the Special Education Local Plan Area, or SELPA, Administrators of California, and the California County Superintendents. And the award recognizes these innovative and replicable programs with a monetary award and a presentation like this that helps show off all of the incredible work that they're doing to encourage the development and implementation of some of these amazing practices across the state. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Michaud to introduce this year's winners.
Thank you so much, Chair Notch. We're very excited to be here on this day to learn more about our wonderful winners from this year. Again, we received a high number of applications from a wide variety of applicants for the ACSE Impact Award this year, all the way from preschool to post-secondary programs, from districts, charters, non-public schools, and county offices. And we consider ourselves very lucky to be able to consider so many phenomenal programs across the state. The scoring committee, which again include representatives of our Impact Award partners, the Self-Administrators of California and the California County Superintendents, selected Saugus Union School District's Rosedale, or RO, Inclusion Program as this year's winner, and we are very excited to welcome them into the Zoom space today. And so on behalf of ACSE, welcome to the Zoom space. We are so excited to learn more about your program today. Before inviting you to do your presentation, we are going to start with a quick video showcasing your wonderful program created by our partners. And so I'll kick it over to our friends at CDE to show that video.
When I was approached with the idea, the concept of doing an inclusion program, I was on board. Let's do it. How can we make it work? Because I feel like kids should be given the opportunity to learn right alongside their general education peers.
I already had confidence in the principal and all the teachers that they believed that going forward this would be better for our child.
How'd it go? She loves it. The feedback from a social perspective was, I have all these new friends.
Her performance and her learning and everything just got better.
It was a major academic turning point.
Our first year we did the TK K1. Our second year we took our second, third, and fourth graders and also put them in a general education classroom with a special education teacher as well as a team of paraeducators. I think what's been so beautiful about it is just seeing those kids and how happy they are. And if you were to push into the classrooms, you couldn't tell who is a special education student and who's not. Oftentimes people will come, what kids in here are inclusion kids? I don't know. Can you tell? Because I can't tell.
So there's lots of data to support the academic growth, which is great. But my favorite part is more the social growth that we've seen. It's nice to see the friendships that have formed.
I really like being friends with Mackenzie because she's very kind. It's just so fun to be around her.
And we sit at lunch together. We're friends because we have a lot of stuff in common. Yeah, we always work together because we're friends.
My favorite part is just seeing the growth in the kids. We've seen kids come in nonverbal and using an iPad, and then through the year with their peers modeling, they're chatting away by the end of the year. Yeah, he doesn't stop talking.
I've had parents reach out like this is the first time their student's been invited to birthday parties. They've gotten phone calls from the teacher like, your kid has been talking too much in class, and
they're happy.
They're so happy because they're like, what? Like, my kid's socializing? They're like, this is awesome.
They're just included with everybody and playing with everybody at recess.
Me and Mika, we go on the bars sometimes, and we play the Aerial Blaze game. We call it the Aerial Blaze game. And we do gymnastics. Yeah.
We have 3 fourth grade classes. So one's designated as our inclusion class. This class, in both the reading and the math interim assessment, outperformed the 2 other classes that do not have the inclusion students.
We've had a lot of students with special needs start in the program, and they've graduated out of the program. So now they're just fully gen ed students. They don't have any services. They don't need that support. So to see parents so excited, and I mean, we've had dads crying in the meetings because they're so happy. It's really rewarding and kind of helps me measure how successful the program is.
And it's not going to cost more. That's probably one of the biggest plugs for our program, is that you're able to do it with the budget that you probably already have.
Rosedale has a special place in my heart. I think you come to Rosedale, there's a feeling. There's a feeling of inclusivity, belonging. We have a dream team here of special educators and general education teachers that really partner together.
When we heard that this program was being acknowledged with an impact award, I'm excited to celebrate it.
For me, it's just pride. I'm proud that my daughter goes to this school, and it's a credit to the principal and the teachers, everyone involved.
Thank you so much for taking the time to learn a little bit about our school district and Rosedale, and really honoring and celebrating the work that all of the educators here have done.
We're really hoping we can share our ideas with other schools and that are starting their inclusion program.
Thank you for this award.
We are grateful for being recognized for the hard work that we are doing to help support all students and make sure that they're all learning at high levels. Thank you so much for the recognition.
Thank you to the Impact World Award.
It's okay.
Thank you so much for showing that video. We are now so excited to invite representatives from Rosedale to the stage to share more about your amazing program. Quick logistical note, we'll be showing your presentation virtually, and so you'll just need to indicate when to move on to the next slide. And without further ado, Elizabeth and team, the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having us. We also have Michelle Berry. So
We're in separate locations, but Michelle is here as well, a representative from the district. And then I'm Elizabeth Boline, I'm the principal at Rosedale, and I have McKenna Withers here with me, a special education teacher, and also Beth Frost, also a special education teacher.
Hi, good morning. I'm Michelle Barris, the Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services, and we are really honored to be here today to receive the award. As statewide, we are doing the work that many other districts do as well, and we're just really excited to be able to share a little bit about what we've been doing. I can't see the slide deck, if it's playing or not.
I think you need to move to the next slide, but it is very small on our screen.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, are we in presentation mode?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so just a little bit about Saugus. We are a TK through 6th grade elementary only school district. We have 14 schools and 1 preschool, and you'll hear a little bit about our preschool. And the reason I mention it, because this is where some of the work has started with our inclusive practices, really at that preschool level and aging up. And so we do have some of our classes at our Bouquet Early Learning Center that is collaborative and inclusive. Our student, right now about 9,000 students, and 17.5% of our students have IEPs. We aren't a large district with a large socioeconomic disadvantaged population. We have a good amount of students in diversity, a smaller amount of English language learners. Foster youth is pretty low for our population. Overall, we used to have 5 school sites that had what we considered our mild to moderate special day classes. We ran the regionalized autism program, and I say ran because there are enough students with autism that our surrounding districts have their own programs. So our regionalized autism programs, we have those at 2 particular school sites, and our extensive support need program is at another school site. And then we serve a variety of other types of services around. We also are the regional provider for our SELPA, for the early learning program for our babies 0 to 3. Next slide, please. So one of the things I think that as a district we've been looking at for a while are our state metrics or indicators or goals that the state puts for us. And the slide that you see up right now is really an indication of where the state is going for the importance of getting students into the gen ed class more, and also, having those inclusive opportunities. And I've said this to some other people. You see that from not only the state metrics, decreasing the amount of time they want to see students segregating, increasing the goal of the time they want in gen ed, but you see the funding change as well. And so one of the ways that we were able to make our preschool collaboration classes happen is the early intervention preschool grant. There's also the SIP grant that we took advantage of to help get this program up and running. So not only and some of those laws, as well as in terms of the LRE with special education. So you see it on multiple fronts that these variety of different agencies, whether the law, the money, the state CDE, state indicators, the people who are putting those out, you see all of those sort of aligning, and it's really telling us a story that we need to do a better job of getting our students with disabilities into gen ed. And so as a district, as we were looking at these and not meeting some of our indicators, like what do we need to do differently? What do we need to do as a district to provide these opportunities for our students? Next slide, please. What you're looking at here is a snapshot of our data in the 22-23 school year of the indicators that we were successful at and the ones that we were still had a challenge. This year is important because it was the data that we looked to start our SIM plan, which is really, I think Ms. Bolina explained it best. It's like an LCAP for special education, where you take a look at the data. What are you doing well? What are your goals? What are the activities? Then you implement that, and then you look at that again. So this was the data, part of the data that we looked at to really had us take a deeper look at the things that we were doing and what did we need to specifically target to make those actionable steps, those improvements for the kids with disabilities. Many of our indicators that we were out in or not meeting were our LRE indicators for both preschool and our school age students. Next slide, please. So this particular slide just highlights some of the data of where we are in our current SIM. We are ending the 3-year phase of our current SIM plan and getting ready to write a new SIM. I'm really excited because we've done a lot of work, both at the preschool and the school age level, to really improve our practices for students with disabilities, and not only create programs, moving things around, developing those, but also doing the training of the teachers as it relates to IEPs and getting all of those pieces in place. And so the data that we use is always lagging data. And so again, I'm really excited to see some of the impact of all of the work that the people have done and moved on. So again, we took a look at that preschool piece. In our particular district, it was sort of like what preschoolers had in preschool is where they transition to. So if they were in a special day class type setting in preschool, when they transition, they sort of automatically transition to a special day class in TK and K, meaning that the teachers also thought the students needed that level of support, and for them to have a change of placement into a gen ed class, that would be really difficult for them, and they wanted to set them up for success. So I don't think it was because they felt like they just had to keep it the same, but I also felt like the teachers really wanted to make sure the students were successful. And without that opportunity for inclusion or mainstreaming or being with gen ed peers, they really didn't have the data to say the student could be successful. So that's a little bit about what they were, about the preschool. I think where the shift has come both in our district and I would say with in the legal realm is that we really need to consider general ed as the first education placement, so to speak, for students. Like all students are gen ed students first, and really you have to out the supports and services for the student in that gen ed and where they aren't successful before you consider a special day class. And so really that shift in thinking has been important for us as we go forward with our program. Next slide. So the next slide you're looking at is our current indicator data. And again, last year, SAGAS, in terms of having kids in inclusive environments more, we were at 73.76%. And again, we are making, if you look at all the indicators, we are making slow growth or slow improvement. We aren't stagnant, we are making improvement. It's probably slower than all of us would like. But I think to highlight on this slide is the things that we are doing are having an impact, and we have the data to show that. So that's really exciting. We have a lot of work to do, and you're going to hear about some of the exciting things that the people at the school site at Rosedale have been involved in. So without further ado, I'm going to turn that over to the Rosedale team. Miss Bellina.
Perfect. So if you can move to the next slide. This just kind of highlights and shows what Rosedale, what our collective makeup is. So if you can see, we have about 660 students. I don't think we're the largest elementary school. We're not the largest elementary school in our district, but we're also not the smallest. When we originally started the program, we had, and I'll get into that further, but we had 3 special day classrooms that we have since, we no longer have, but we currently have 17.5% of our students that have disabilities. So that's going to also encompass everybody from a speech IEP to a resource IEP, and then also our inclusion students. We have a larger portion of students socioeconomically disadvantaged. It's not the largest in the district again, but we kind of just fall somewhere in the middle. So we have some needs here in addition to our students with special education needs, but we also do have some students that are struggling socioeconomically. And then we have a very small English learner population, which has changed a lot. I think when Rosedale, we've been here for over 50 years. I think that we've seen a lot of changes in the makeup of our school. And we used to have a larger English learner population, but it has fallen off, and we're down just a small, just a little over 3%. And then we don't have any foster youth currently. Next slide, please. So in looking at the creation of our inclusion program, we started back in 2023, and actually we started the year prior discussing with the district, looking at our schools. So we had previously had, like I said, 3 special day classes. And in a special day class, you typically have multiple grade levels. So our primary would be TK K1, TK K1, maybe it would be, we try to keep it to just 3 grade levels. So there have been times when I think it has been up to 4. We try not to do that, but that's a lot of grade levels. Our class sizes in the special day class wouldn't exceed 15. But again, you're isolated with your special education peers in hopes that there was mainstreaming. So when we were discussing looking at schools and things, the director at the time, or the director Darcy Withers Darcy Quinn reached out and talked to and asked, like, I think this would be a good school. Are you interested? And we of course said yes, because I think that's a really good opportunity for us to grow and to allow our students to have more access to their general education peers. So we partnered with the district. We sought out, we discussed with our staff, we laid it out to the staff. We had staff meetings where we explained what we were hoping to do. We weren't going to just rip off the Band-Aid and put everybody in general education, but it was going to be a slow process. So you can see that in 2023, 2024, we started with TK, K, and first grade. So we partnered with our preschool, and Miss McKenna Withers on my standing next to me, she worked with our preschool teachers and really looking at the offer of FAPE for our students and looking to see who would benefit from an inclusive program and the inclusion program that we were starting. So we started there, and then we did have some students that had been in our special day class for just 1 year in kindergarten, so they would move to first, but we were able to identify that they would be, with the structures and supports, they would be good candidates for the inclusion program. So in year 1, we just had our babies, as we call them, right? Just our younger students. And then we also we used the information that Ms. Berry's just shared with everybody, those state indicators, to explain that this is a practice that, everybody in the state's looking to implement, and we needed to really allow to meet the state indicator, but ultimately that every child should be considered as a general education student first and given access to their general education peers. And if they need additional support, what can we do inside the classroom without isolating them in that self-contained classroom? So we piloted it that first year. It was very successful. And so then we just continued to roll it up the following year. Ms. Frost took on our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders, and Ms. Withers continued with our TK through first. And so we then grew the program through 4th grade. And the last and final year, this past year, it's been all of our 5th and 6th grade students as well. So our entire school now, we no longer have our self-contained classrooms, our special day classes. All students are in a general education setting with additional support from our special education teachers. It's all push in. The model is completely push in. And then students are able to learn right alongside their peers. I think one thing when we think about this too, something to consider, and the reason why we really felt strongly about advocating for and making sure students were in this inclusive program is, the longer you spend, and we'll be able to show some data at the end of this, but the longer you spend in those self-contained classrooms, the harder it is to make the growth that you need to be at the same level as your grade level peers. And in our mild to mod classrooms, they're on the same curriculum that all of our students are using. It's not a modified curriculum. It's in the same curriculum, but there's accommodations made. But the longer you spend in these, the self-contained classrooms, the teachers that are teaching those classes, that are responsible for multiple grade levels, it's harder and more challenging to give that strong those best instructional practices. Whereas in the general education classroom with the teacher teaching 1 grade level, they've mastered those skills, they have strong instructional practices. Sorry, we're at a school site, so you're going to hear the bell on occasion. They're able to really access the curriculum and make that positive growth. As you know, when you have an IEP, you're only assessed every 3 years. And so if you're, it could be challenging to be, if you don't start in an inclusion program, the growth in the self-contained classroom, the gap gets wider, the educational gap gets wider, and we want to make sure that we were closing the achievement gap. Next slide. So what we did prior to getting started was we worked with and we received a grant from the Supporting Innovative Practices, SIP. So we worked with them and we were able to allow our teachers to go and visit other inclusion schools, other programs in our area, that they could go and see how they had set up their inclusion program and look to see how we could bring the way that they'd implemented it and the practices that were in place into Rosedale. So we were able to first establish those that wanted to take this on and were willing to pilot with us. And so they were able to go and visit other classrooms. We also were able to, SIP came and they allowed us time to collaborate as both special education teachers and general education teachers to, again, establish how this could work and how we've given a lot of autonomy. Some of our grade levels, they do a co-teaching model where students are working both. Some students will work with the special education teacher and some students will work with the general education teacher. And some grade levels, it's more that push and support with the different. We also have time sensitive lights, so there you go. Anyway, so they were able to allow our teams to have time to collaborate. I think that that's an important part of this, is that allowing that autonomy for our teams to really know what they're comfortable with. Because teaching is a very, we love our teachers, but they all have the certain ways that they like to do things. And so kind of stepping out and collaborating can, it's going to look different for everybody. So making sure that all of our teams felt supported and that they had the time to collaborate with each other was important to us. Our director met with the SIP representative monthly just to give them updates on how we were doing and just to get ideas. And if we needed any additional support, any additional training, those sort of things. Supporting Innovative Practices has been very helpful and very supportive of our program. Again, we received a grant, so they were also able to help fund it, a lot of the release time and things for our teachers. And then we've been able to provide any professional development opportunities and hopefully build capacity here at Rosedale that hopefully we can help support district-wide eventually as well. Next slide, please. We also, our first year, when we launched in this, again, wanting to make sure that our teachers felt supported and wanted to make sure they had the professional development that they needed, we found a course out of the San Diego County Office of Education, and it was an inclusive school practices. So we were for approximately 3 months, like a college class, we all went to school together and we were able to collaborate and learn together. We watched a variety of different videos, looked at a variety of different programs, were able to really fully understand what this could look like in our school and understand what the things that we could do to be successful in helping support students in the general education classroom alongside their peers. Next slide, please. Out of that plan or out of that class, we created an action plan, and Ms. Withers is going to talk a little bit more about the action plan.
Thank you. If you go to the next slide, we'll go over the first goal that we created for our action plan. And we made some goals that were really site focused, and then one goal that was kind of district wide and looking at how this could impact more students and other school sites. But our first goal was really focusing on classrooms being more equitable and just inclusive by implementing accommodations, differentiations, and methods of the universal design for learning to help support all students. So we've seen that implementing these things in the classroom, of course, support our special education students in the classroom, but they really help support the general education students as well, and just really provide a best first teach for all students. And I think you'll see later on in some of the data, we've seen a lot of growth in our academic scores for the special education students, but also a lot of growth for the general education students who are in those classrooms as well. Next slide, please. So in providing these things in the classroom, we have special education teachers and general education teachers working together. So collaboration is very important. You know, there's a lot of planning and things that go into the lessons and making sure all students are supported. So really just looking at if there are specific needs in the classroom, and we work very well and become very close with our general education teachers because we spend a lot of time planning together and looking at really supporting all students. So the special education teachers, we don't just support like, oh, those are my students. All means all. So we support all students. Everyone is everyone's student, and we really just work together in all of our grade level teams, and then also vertically looking at, first grade teachers working with second grade teachers as the students are beginning that transition. So it's really just helped our school, all teachers together to collaborate and plan and looking at rather than individual classrooms and that teacher is just responsible for that classroom, that really everyone on campus, all teachers were responsible for all these students on campus. So that's really kind of the culture and community that we've created through that collaboration. Next slide, please. We've taken some steps that have really helped that collaboration. Of course, as teachers, time is limited, and that's something that we always need more of and don't have enough of. But on every Wednesday, we have the opportunity to meet as a grade level. We get about an hour. So that's been very helpful to once a week be able to sit down and look through lesson plans. Like Ms. Belina mentioned, our mild moderate classes, which we used to have here, they use the same curriculum. So there wasn't any adjustment in the curriculum being used, but we've seen a big adjustment, those students getting the direct instruction in the classroom from the general education teacher and special education teacher together, rather than, that special education teacher juggling multiple grade levels and trying to teach all of those lessons. We also have our PLC time, which we work together in our PLC teams as a school. And a lot of staff meeting time is also devoted to talking as an entire staff, like I said. We don't want to just isolate grade levels. We really want to make sure that students are successful through their entire journey at Rosedale and focusing on their transitions throughout the grade levels. Next slide, please. And then our second goal was really looking at the preschool students that would be transitioning to elementary school. Like we mentioned earlier, once a student is transitioned and placed in the setting, they often stay in that setting. So we really wanted to look at those students who, maybe were on the fence for going to an SDC and really give them the opportunity in a general education classroom. So I worked a lot with the preschool teachers. I've observed all the preschool classes and all the students coming to Rosedale and been part of those IEP teams and discussions with the whole preschool team and the parents, and really looking at students who we think could be successful here. And we've seen a lot of students, who typically may have been sent to a mild moderate classroom really thrive in the general education setting. And like mentioned on an earlier slide, or I think in our video, a lot of those students have tested out and do not even have or need services anymore. Some of them are, GATE students, have no services. So it's just been amazing to see in working with the preschool team when we really, push these students and give them these opportunities with the correct support, how successful they can be. Next slide, please. Just going with offering the appropriate FAPE and of course looking at the least restrictive environment, and something that we learned through the classes that we were taking through San Diego. They were talking about even a resource student who is pulled out of the classroom is in a more restrictive environment than a fully included student in the general education classroom. And I think that was kind of a shock to a lot of people. Like, we think of resources kind of like the first least restrictive that we want to look at. But really we want to look at having students in the general education classroom as much as possible and their services provided in that setting as much as possible as well, as that's where we want them to be successful. Next slide, please.
Okay, goal 3 is really district-wide, and I think one of the things as we look at a program like this, you have to have support from the top all the way down, right? From the superintendent to the cabinet to our community partners, our CSA, our STA, and the teachers at the school site. And so it was really important that everybody understood the why we're doing this. And even if they weren't directly impacted at their school site, just knowing as a district, we needed to try and move students who were, like Ms. Withers said, who were in resource and getting solely, pull out supports or all the way to an extensive support needs class where they had very little mainstreaming. So again, to move the needle as a district and sort of shift our thinking, we needed to make sure that everybody had an understanding of that and had the support that they needed to make that happen. Next slide, please. So how we did that was through a lot of collaboration and communication. A big chunk of this in terms of the leadership came from our director of special education. One of the things I did want to point out on the left side, it said meetings and SPED students and teachers included in conversations. And so one of the things that she had started at our schools, and I like to call it the cake on fire idea, but really, we're all here for students. And when you hear it from a student's perspective, it's kind of hard to argue, like, why not help the student get their goal? And so the idea was everybody goes around like on a birthday party, planning for this party, you have the cake, you have, invites, you have decorations and all of this, but we never really, like an IEP, you're getting ready for that, but you really never bring the student in to tell them why they have the IEP, what's important, and what do they want to work for. So, and bringing in that student voice to those IEP meetings, really, what are those students? What are their goals? And then also having them have some ownership and the goals that they want to attain. So that's what that left side is about. The other things that we did was have staff meetings, not only at Rosedale, collaborative communications. There was communication at Java-like meetings. We had some specific professional development at the beginning of the year for teachers with our SIP coordinator advocate support, as well as from our director of special education. The other thing, as word kind of got out on the street, we had other districts come in and view our preschool program and also our Rosedale program. And I always thought it was kind of interesting because when they come in, we're like, I'm not sure what you're going to see because they look like every other student. So we did that all the way from, the micro at the school site level, all the way to our SELPA, and talking about some of the things that we were doing in our district, as well as I did a couple of board presentations with where we wanted to go and sort of the outcomes along the way. Next slide, please.
So when you look at the program at Rosedale, so like I said, we had 3 SDC classes, so we went ahead and slowly rolled them out. So we now currently at our school site, we have 3 special education teachers. All of those teachers, those special education teachers, also have a team of at least 2 para educators, aides. They're called different things in different districts, but they work collaboratively with each other, within their team, to support the different grade levels that they service. So we don't always have an additional person in the room, but we do have a lot of additional support that we can provide with this model, because again, it's all push in. What we've done is at each grade level, we've identified one classroom that is our inclusion classroom. So we have a cluster of students that would have, transitioned to a special education, the special day class, SDC class, and they are clustered together inside an inclusion classroom. Now at Rosedale, we've got on average about 3 classrooms per grade level. So in third grade, let's just take that one. We've got 1 classroom that's designated the inclusion classroom, but we also have students that we would normally identify as resource students, the ones that would just be pulled out for resource. They might be clustered with the inclusion students, or they might be in another classroom. But the special education teacher supports not only the students that are in the inclusion classroom, but they also support the students with resource minutes and in the other classrooms as well. So for example, Ms. Withers, she's in charge, she has TK, K, and first grade. So she would work with all the first grade classrooms that have students that have specialized academic instruction minutes on their IEP. Ms. Frost, she works with our 3rd and 4th graders, and the same thing. So she pushes into the classroom that has students in the identified inclusion classroom, but she also pushes into the any classroom that has students that have specialized academic instruction minutes on their IEP. School-wide, Ms. Withers talked about how we are a PLC. We believe that our school is a professional learning community, and we all collaborate and work together in professional learning teams. Each grade level is a professional learning team, a PLT. So within our professional learning teams, we know that we need to provide that our intervention for our students. This is our RTI model, is that we use our win time, or what I need time, to make sure that we're providing students with that tier 2 intervention that they need. So if they didn't get, that we taught the lessons, we taught a standard back in September, and in come October or November, they're still not getting it, we're going to go ahead and give them an additional time to hopefully understand and learn the standards that they need to learn. So we work collaboratively within our professional learning teams, and we, during every grade level, has a 30-minute block 4 times a week, and that's our intervention block. So they work together to identify what standards they need to teach, who gets it, who did not, and what are they going to do to help meet those, or to help make sure that every student is learning at high levels. So they collaborate together. So with our inclusion model and that RTI time, our win time, we're able to provide not only support for our students with special education needs, right? That not only our students that have an IEP with specialized academic instruction minutes, but we're also able to help those students who might just need a little additional intervention and support and help. And hopefully we can prevent possibly having to meet and assess and go down that route with a student. So we're really hoping to, with our model, I think the beauty of it is that it's not only supporting the students with IEPs, but we're also able to support our students who might need some additional help and support and who don't have IEPs. During that win time, that's also a time when our teachers, they really look to see the goals that their students have in the various academic areas, and they're able to address it during that win time. And like I said, other students that might need help in those same areas can be a part of that win time and get that help and support from our special education teachers. But they really are a part of it. I think that, I've worked at several school sites, and oftentimes the resource teacher just pulls kids out and they kind of work in a silo. And here we're bringing our special education teachers inside that PLT, that professional learning team, and they're a part of it, and they're collaborating together to not just help support the students that on their caseload, but they're also supporting all students, which I think really helps. I think it helps our general education teachers understand that there isn't any magic secrets or magic tools that our special education teachers have. We're all just working together to support our students, and I think it's really shown, it's helped us collaborate better, and I think it's helped us to better understand our different roles and the different things that we can do to help support students. With that, we have our special education teachers and general educations that collaborate around. They have their autonomy to choose how they want to do it. So I know that Ms. Withers teaches small groups with a lot of her kindergarten and first grade classes. She pushes in and she's able to, I think she teaches math in kindergarten, while the general education teacher teaches reading. Beth does more of a push-in model, so she's there to help support the students as the lesson is being taught, and then pull a small group at the end of the lesson. I think that's the other thing Ms. Weathers brought up. When you go to resource, it's more restrictive than being in the general education classroom, and there's a lot that gets lost in translation. They might need help in a certain area with math, but if the special education teacher isn't hearing the instruction, they're not there to see where the student is struggling. By the time they might get to the resource room to get the help and support, there might be some disconnect. There might be some things lost in that. And so Ms. Frost is really there, and our other teacher, Mr. Evans, is really there to make sure that they can give that real-time support to the students when they need it, to help make sure that they're understanding what they're being taught. And then, like I said, they also have paraeducators that help and support. They move fast, they move all over, but they can't be in multiple places at one time. So they do collaborate also with their paraeducators to make sure that students during those core instructional times are getting the support that they need. Next slide, please. I really feel like our program is probably easily replicated or replicable. Am I saying that right? You can replicate it easily. How about that? I'll re-say it. But I say that because, so before, when I first started here, we had 3 special day classes. Sorry, school's almost over. Okay, so we had 3 special day classes with 3 special education teachers. And we also had 1, and I believe 1.5 resource teachers. So I had 3 classrooms that were just with a teacher, and then I also had a 1.5 resource teacher. And then what we've done essentially is Miss Withers, Miss Frost, and our teacher, Mr. Evans, for 5th and 6th, they all have a credential that they can teach mild to mod students. And that would include students that have resource minutes, but then also that also are in a special day class. Miss Frost actually came to our school site as a special day teacher. So she continued with her students that were on her special day class roster, but she also has the students that our resource teacher provided services for. Those now became part of her roster. So they each can have up to 28 students on their roster. And so they were able to absorb or take on the caseload of our resource teacher. So we were able to, cost savings wise, that's a huge part of this, right? How are we going to find the money to do it? Well, we were able to save a teacher and a half salary by providing, and we've got, so our teachers, we were already paying 3 teachers. We've got 3 teachers, 3 special education teachers. And we did need some additional paraeducators, but not many, because all of our resource teachers also had a paraeducator. So it was a resource teacher with a paraeducator, and our special day classes already had paraeducators that were providing support for that class. So I feel like one of the biggest barriers to this, and one of the biggest barriers in education we talk a lot about, is money. How are we going to pay for it? And so looking at that cost savings, it really didn't cost us any more. It was, in fact, I think it's probably saving us in the long run by not having to, anyways, many things there. But that is one of the very first things that I wanted to make sure that I think it's easily replicated because of that's a huge component of it. And then I think I spelled it all out. So we eliminated the need for that full-time special education teacher and the paraeducator, and we are able to provide support for all of the students, both that would have been special day class, SDC students, as well as those with just resource needs. Next slide.
So looking at the data, I know in the video we talked a lot about like the social growth that we've seen, and that's definitely like very nice to see those students socializing and things. But really when we look at like the numbers and the data, we have seen tremendous academic growth in our special education students. And then Ms. Ross will go over a little bit how it's also impacting positively the general education students. This is looking at an iReady diagnostic that the students just completed. This is in 1st grade. It is our biggest group of inclusion students. So there are 7 in a class of 28, so a quarter of the class. And this is looking at the entire grade level. We started with 7% of the students in the red. And our goal is to have no students in the red. We say that's our goal, but that's pretty hard to do. I would say there's not very many years where that actually happens. But the students just finished the diagnostic, and we have no students in the red. So that means all of the inclusion students are testing either in the green or the yellow. And then also looking just at the percentage of growth in the green, only 11 students in the entire grade level started in the green. And we increased tremendously. So it just shows the impact. Not only are special education students making progress and are no longer testing in the red, a lot of general education students are also making that great progress. And we did have several inclusion students also are included in that green area, which means they're either on or above grade level. So 1st grade was really happy with that data. Then if you go to the next slide.
I was also happy with that data. That's really good data.
So that was for reading, and reading has really been our focus for that win time in 1st grade. We kind of asked Ms. Belina for some autonomy if we could just focus on that reading. I would know there was some worry about like if we're not always focusing on math during just that win time. But our math scores show, in the primary grades, how important focusing on that reading and that intervention time is, and how much it's really tied to our math skills, because we also started with 15% of students in the red in math. And again, we ended the year with no students in the red. So just really amazing data, especially in our grade level that does have the most inclusion students. So it really shows, you know, what we're doing is working and impacting all of the students positively academically. If you could go to the next slide.
So then the next area that we looked at too, so that's primary, right? So it really is the data, like what is it telling us? Is this making an impact? And then we looked at, so we do throughout the year as we're preparing students to take the CASP test at the end of the year, we do what are called interim assessment blocks. So we do, benchmark, interim assessment benchmark, just to see how they're performing and how well they're doing. And if you look at this slide, you can see that our inclusion class outperformed in both ELA and in math, all but one subtest. They outperformed all of the other classes, and they barely, I mean, by 1 point, another class beat them in one of those math areas. But I think that speaks volumes to the amount of support that's being provided and help that these students are receiving. These students in 4th grade, they had only been in they were in general education last year for the first time. So this is their 2nd year having been in a full inclusion classroom with a special education teacher and paraeducator providing that support inside the classroom. And I think it speaks volumes to how well they're performing, that class with that cluster of students is outperforming all of the other classrooms. And then Ms. Frost, do you want to take this one?
Sure. So we have some.
Next slide, please.
Oh,
sorry. Next slide. Sorry.
We have some preliminary scores for our CASP data. We have mostly all of the math, but these are the 3rd grade students. These students have been in inclusion
since the start of the program, so since 1st grade.
Right. So they did 1 year in STC and then they started. So in the inclusion class, as you can see, in math, they were at 85% of them are above, so they're proficient or advanced. And then if you see the second class, Mr. McGrory's class, he does not have any students with IEPs at all in his classroom. So it's amazing that our inclusion class, 85% of them are above proficient or advanced. And there's about 6 students in that class who are considered inclusion. So they did great. And and even on ELA, with 11 students, they were at 82%. And I looked at the data today, there was a lot more students and they were at 75% above or proficient or above. And then the other 2 classes were 75 and 50%. So they're still right up there at the top. So that's our 3rd graders.
Next slide.
And then our 4th graders. So these are the kids that I had in STC. This is their 2nd year in inclusion. So I've had them for 3 years. So it's been really fun to watch them grow. It's been amazing to see their growth. You know, we didn't know how it was going to go with them. They had been in STC all the way through 2nd grade and they have just shown so much growth in every area. As you can see, the inclusion class in math, 65% were above proficient or advanced, and then 86% in ELA with 7 students. So they are really outperforming the other 2 classes, which is, it's amazing to me because like I said, I think there's 6 in that class too that are inclusion. And these are kids that when I had them in STC, you know, were barely reading CBC words, and what we've really done is tried to use the universal design for learning, try to figure out what works for them. So we've figured out, like one of my students, she was actually the one in the video with the glasses. We've learned that she does really well with speech to text. She does really well with text to speech. When she has text to speech, she is performing at grade level with reading. So we've just really worked with the director of assessments here to figure out the different things that we can do throughout the school year, not just for assessments, but really making my paras use those things in the classroom also, so that when they start testing, this isn't a shock. They know how to use all of the universal design for learning tools that they have and everything. And it's really made a huge difference with them. So, and the director of assessments just told me yesterday that our school is outperforming, our special ed students are outperforming all of the schools in the district, even the ones that have STC. So that was pretty exciting to hear yesterday.
Go Rosedale. If you also look at this 4th grade, the Mrs. Mike and Mrs. Kylie, those 2 classes are the ones who Mrs. Mike is the inclusion classroom, but Mrs. Kylie also has a cluster of resource students. And Mr. Kubisak does not have a cluster of resource students, so he doesn't receive any additional help. But as we know, every general education classroom has students that are struggling in it. So those two classrooms that do have special education students, they're also receiving that additional push and support. Their students are outperforming the ones that don't have that additional support. It just speaks volumes to, we can support everyone. It's really helpful to have that additional help. So yay, fourth grade. Next slide.
And when I go in those classes, the resource class and the inclusion, the kids, you know, I help all of the students. So the kids that are struggling will come ask me for help. They don't even necessarily know who's has an IEP or who's special ed, because I am just helping anyone that needs that support. So that's been really fun to get to know all of the kids in that way.
Next slide, please.
Next slide. So 5th and 6th grade, these students, this is their first year that we've put them in inclusion. So they have been in SDC their whole, since TK preschool on. So, you know, we didn't really know how they were going to do. I think it was a little bit of a shock for them, but our inclusion class, as you can see, they were 58% scored in that class, scored above proficient or advanced for math. ELA, it was 82%. For the science test, it was 52. The bottom class only has 8 5th graders, I think, in it. It's a split class. So they did score higher, but like I said, they don't have as many students, but they did really well for it being their first year in inclusion. Now you go to the next slide.
Next slide.
What we saw was that the children that were K or TK through 5 in SDC, they struggled the most this year. So it was really hard for them to adjust more in 6th grade. As you can see, the inclusion class, they did not do as well as we saw that our other students that have been in the program for a couple years now have done. So it just shows us that those kids that we're getting from preschool that would have been in SDC, but are starting our TKK program here, because they're in Gen Ed from the beginning, they are acclimating, they're doing great. As they said in the video, we have kids that have come in nonverbal that are now, we can't get them to stop talking. So we're seeing that the big success of our program really needs to be getting the kids in Gen Ed from the beginning. So while our kids in 6th grade didn't do as well, they're still, you know, they're still thriving. It's just been a hard year.
It was to be expected. It was to be expected. And I think if you looking at that data, like, yes, we look at data, we want to make sure that they're all performing at high levels. And so it might not be our shining star, but what I will say about those students is the students that are in, there aren't many of them, but they have formed friendships and have been exposed to activities and things and been invited into, basketball games and handball games and kickball games in ways that they haven't in years past. So while academics are very important, there's a huge component to this that's also that socialization and making friends. And I think that's something that I can't quantify that as easily. So looking at this data, it might not be, again, it's probably what was expected. And obviously we always want it to be as high as possible, but I think there's some other positive things and growth that have happened outside of just the data here. The other thing, the CASP is, it's a very challenging test. And I think we have seen growth within their academics, but it didn't, translate to the CASP test, but we'll continue to work on it. It's an area that we'll continue to focus on. Next slide. So if you look at from over the past 2 years, and we'll look for our CASP data coming up in this following year, but we are making growth within our special education population in ELA on the CASP. So we went from the 2024, we were 56.5 points below standard, and we were able to decrease that by almost 13 points. And so now we were at 43.4%, and I'm curious to see where we'll land, but that's what we're doing. We're closing that achievement gap for that special population. Next slide.
Okay, well, what's next? I think at Rosedale, we've fully rolled out our inclusion program, and now it's really taking a look at our practices and refining the PLT opportunities, the collaboration opportunities, what other supports that our students need, what other supports do our teachers need, and then really just taking a look at continuing the success of the program there. And I think Ms. Bellina did speak about a couple of areas of opportunities of the students who had been mostly in a special day class, and what additional supports do they need to maximize their growth. The other pieces of that is we are intentionally going slow to go fast. And what I mean by that is we are looking for the next school site to roll out our school site that has a mild mod special day class and replicating the same process. And again, if you're listening as a district, you're like, how do I do that? We're kind of facing the same thing, right? What's the best school? Our schools in our district have their own unique identity, their own unique teachers, their own unique leadership, as well as the students and the parent community. And so when we're replicating this, it is also those factors that we're taking a look at. But I think being really intentional means doing the same thing that we did at Rosedale and having that year to really plan, to understand the why, to select the teachers, to involve them in PD, to ask the questions, to go through the study together and really plan intentionally, and taking a year to do that. And then the following year, having those conversations with parents, and then the following year rolling that out. I do think that rolling that out at the primary levels and then rolling up versus sort of doing that all at all grade levels at the same time is important. And I see some head shaking, and we haven't really talked about that amongst ourselves, but definitely tapping into the experts that you see on the screen in front of me, and some of the other gen ed teachers and specialists who've been involved in that to really talk about what the successes were. We've learned a lot, things that were kind of bumpy, things that we did really well that we want to keep. And eventually where we would like to go is to have more school sites that have inclusive programs. And pretty soon it's not going to be an inclusive program. It's just going to be what we do for kids, and that kids will be able to be served at their home school site because that is the least restrictive. They won't need transportation to a different school site, even to get to the inclusion program that we offer at certain school sites, but they will be able to go to their home school with their neighborhood friends and be supported. And that's really our goal. And I think also a couple things that our district has invested in or made some shifts in is our TK and K students go less hours. They are 4 hours a day, and they've changed their programming following the PKLF standards. And so those opportunities for students to be included at that grade level is really sort of primed for that. And so really looking at that grade level district-wide as well. Not just our special day classes, but how can we make our TK and K those inclusive opportunities for all students before we even consider, special day classes. So with that, that is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak and share a little bit about what we're doing today. And the ladies in front of you have done a phenomenal job, as well as the other team members that are not speaking today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your work with us and with the state. What you've just described is truly what rightful presence looks like in action. And I really appreciate how you analyzed your SIM data and used it as a call to action, moving from the what to the now what, and letting that inspire a deeper look at how to make your programs more inclusive and effective. What you've done at Rosedale and what you're preparing to do now in the expansion of the program is exactly what this award is meant to honor. You've shown that it's doable, the data backs it up, and you built it in a way that truly is replicable for other districts to follow. So that matters enormously and truly represents the spirit and intention of the Impact Award. So congratulations again. Thank you again for sharing your work, and I will turn it over to commissioners for any comments, reflections, or questions. Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. Really, congratulations. The competition for this award is tough at the very least. So just want to congratulate you on that. Again, I just really see that crucial sense of belonging in your program. And just the work that you're doing is meaningful and it impacts our future. And then just to touch on the way you said that your program is easy to replicate. I just think that speaks to your willingness to elevate education as a whole, because if it's good for one, it's good for everybody, right? So thanks again and keep up the great work.
Vice Chair Snipes.
Congratulations to you all. I just wanted to call out what you were talking about, again, highlighting your use of your data, and also just noting that like you're doing the work, you're doing the things, and you're not necessarily in the place that you want to be with your data, but that's okay. And I think that's something that a lot of districts and programs need to hear, that you don't have to be perfect to be doing the work. And you are such a wonderful example of a program that is using your current data to drive the decisions that you're making, and you have such a wonderful plan. And I really appreciate calling out that it's taking those little steps and in little pieces that is really gonna make meaningful change for your system. So thank you and congratulations.
Commissioner Michaud.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for all your coordination and your work in support of your students with disabilities, and then in terms of making sure that you are here and able to share this wonderful information with us today. I think frequently we hear about inclusion being, or critics of inclusion will sometimes talk about it as being done at the expense of general education teachers or without meaningful collaboration or support for general education teachers. And I think your data clearly shows benefits across the board, not just for students with disabilities, but for all students in that classroom. And you clearly talked about the intentional supports, professional development, and collaborative spaces for teachers to make sure that everybody is well equipped to support all learners. And so just congratulations and really appreciate the work that you're doing.
Commissioner Feimer.
I just wanted to say that I loved the presentation when I was listening to it, because it sounded like it was inclusion, but it wasn't just inclusion for the sake of being inclusive to people, because inclusion doesn't always mean that it benefits everybody. It just means that you're trying to be inclusive, and that's not always the best thing. But this is inclusion that is showing results that truly work for the students that it's being given to, and not just for students who need the extra help, but for students who might not always need the extra help, but having that opportunity to have extra help being so beneficial to them. And I absolutely love that.
Director Heenan.
Oh, thank you. Just quickly, congratulations to Rosedale Elementary on receiving this amazing award. I also want to thank and congratulate Saugus Union School District and Santa Clarita Valley SELPA for their leadership in putting inclusion as a priority. It's clear just from seeing your program and supporting all students in your area. So for me, this recognition just reflects your extraordinary commitment of your leaders, your educators, your families, and your students to building really an inclusive community where every learner is supported, included, and empowered. So it's no easy journey. I've been involved in setting up and helping run a program, and it's amazing work. So I love that video. It's clear your program truly represents the kind of collaborative student-centered approach we hope to see across all districts and schools in California. So I just want to thank you again for serving as an exemplar for what's possible when our schools and parents and communities all work together on behalf of students. And really, like you mentioned a few times, seeing our students with disabilities as general education students first. And you also mentioned all does mean all, and it really shows it through your videos. So your program is truly an inspiration and a model for other school districts. So on behalf of the state superintendent and the special ed division, I want to thank you all. Appreciate it.
Well, that's an amazing comment to go out on. Thank you, Dr. Heenan. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
This is Commissioner Scott. I guess you couldn't see my hand.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I want to congratulate you and thank you so much for the presentation today. It was very thorough. It was very clear. It helped me to more understand your program. I do appreciate the focus and planning that went into that is going into your program. I think a lot of schools, a lot of districts, they no longer have mild moderate special day programs, and the kids are now with the general ed. But it seems to have been done without a lot of planning, and sometimes the teachers, the regular ed teachers, feel overwhelmed because a lot of times they're left without any support for the students who need extra support in the classroom. I really appreciate how much planning you're doing, and it's definitely replicable. It just needs to be a focus of the district. And I'm hoping that you can share your program with other districts because you do have the data to back up that it can be successful. So congratulations again. Well done.
Okay, double checking that I'm not missing any hands. Well, thank you again so much. We will move to public comment. So anyone wishing to call in and extend congratulations, say anything you want about this presentation, the number is up on the screen. There is a participation access code that you will enter after you dial in, and you'll be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number. We'll give a few moments for folks to call in. Commissioner Michaud?
Yes, while we're waiting for public comment, I wanted to take this opportunity to extend a final congratulations to Rosedale and the Saugus team for your wonderful work and your presentation. And a big thank you to our partners, the SELPA Administrators of California and the California County Superintendents, as well as everyone who applied for this award, all of the scores, and Co-Chair Hamilton. We just appreciate everybody's work and are so excited to be able to celebrate your wonderful program today. As a next final last step, we'd love to present a plaque at your fall board meeting, and so we'll reach out separately to coordinate that.
Caller ending in 4476. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation and begin public comment. Speaker, you will have exactly 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Coates. On behalf of the SELPA Administrators of California, I am pleased to congratulate Rosedale Elementary School and Saugus Union School District on receiving this year's ACSE Impact Award for their outstanding inclusion program. I really loved your presentation. As co-sponsors of this award with our colleagues at SECO and the California County Superintendents, we are excited to recognize initiatives that create meaningful opportunities for students with disabilities to learn, participate, and thrive alongside their peers. This work clearly aligns with the mission and values of our association. The association remains committed to supporting this award and celebrating innovative practices that advance inclusion across California. We welcome the continued collaboration with our colleagues at SECO. And again, congratulations to Rosedale and their team for this well-deserved recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Okay, well, thank you again. Congratulations. And with that, we will close item 2 and adjourn for lunch. We will return at 1 p.m. for general public comment, which is an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that's not included as an agenda item. So we'll take a quick break and see you back soon. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to go straight into item 3, general public comment. This is public comment invited on any matter that is not included in our agenda. So we'll have the public comment slide up. If you wish to speak about anything, again, not on our agenda, the number is there with the participant access code, and you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number. We will give a few moments for members of the public to call in. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move into item 4, our annual election of officers. I do want to confirm that since roll call, we have established a quorum.
Yes, we have quorum.
Thank you so much. So we are able to take action on this item. The process for our ACSE annual elections is that commissioners who are not in student status can self-nominate, or other commissioners can nominate a candidate for chair and vice chair. And the nominations have to be in and announced within 10 days of our June meeting. And so now at our June meeting, the elections happen with a public vote by roll call for each office, the chair and vice chair. Do any of the commissioners have any questions or any information to add about that? Okay, seeing none, we will start with the election for chair. Could we have someone announce the candidates for chair and then go into a roll call vote? Either Commissioner Scott or Denise?
For chair, we have Sarah Notch.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Chair Notch.
I vote for Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Snipes.
I also vote for Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Mishad.
I vote for Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Ruiz.
I vote for Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Sorda.
I vote for Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Scott.
I vote for Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Notch.
Commissioner Donata Sapp,
Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Feimer,
Also Sarah Notch.
All right. Well, thank you all so very much for your confidence. And I'm honored and humbled to be reelected as your chair. And I mean that sincerely because I have watched everybody on this commission show up for this work with a level of commitment and passion that is genuinely moving. And I admire and appreciate every single one of you. You bring such expertise and lived experience and real care to every agenda item, every public comment, every hard conversation. Serving alongside you is truly an absolute privilege, and our work continues, and I'm honored to be part of it. So thank you. And we will move to election for vice chair.
Heather Snipes has been nominated for vice chair.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Notch,
I enthusiastically and gratefully vote for Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Snipes,
I do the same. I vote for Snipes.
Commissioner Michaud,
I vote for Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Ruiz,
I vote for Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Sorter,
My vote's for Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Scott,
I vote for Heather Snipes, and I apologize. I'm having technical difficulties with my audio.
Commissioner Wilkins,
Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Donata Sapp,
I also vote for Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Feimer.
I also vote for Heather Snipes.
Congratulations, Vice Chair Snipes. Would you like to say anything?
I'm just super excited to keep doing the work. I think that we got our footing and now we can continue forward. And I think that we've really focused on making this a team effort with everyone on the commission this past year. And we have every intention of continuing that. So thanks, everybody. We'll continue to serve the way that we have, and we will keep doing our very best.
Well, thank you all again so very much. And we will open it up for public comment. We can have this slide. So anyone wishing to comment on this agenda item, the number and participant access code are shown right now, and you'll be identified by the last four numbers of your phone, or 4 digits of your phone number. And we'll give a few moments for folks to call in. Recording in progress. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, we will move. Oh, I think, there we go. We will move into our next item, which is a discussion about the ACSE annual report. I know we are waiting for Chris Murphy to join us. And so while we're waiting for that, I wanted to share some information that she passed along. So Chris really is the magic behind the I'm losing my words. Compilation, there it is, of our annual report in partnership with input and articles written by our commissioners. And one of the things that we were talking about with Chris was that it would be really helpful if we spend some time in our June meeting, sort of reflecting on the year. The annual report captures everything through the end of June. And so we really wanted to discuss our current ACSE priority areas that we've been working on this year, get some highlights from commissioners about your experiences, things that really resonated with you through the commission's work. Some examples would be the IDEA's 50th anniversary, the appointment of our new incredible student commissioners, anything that you're remembering specifically from presentations or discussions that we've engaged in that you think really capture the work that we do. So let's start with that, just getting feedback from commissioners, and then we'll go into the next couple of things that we want to capture to make sure that we have the most phenomenal annual report that we can develop. So I'll open it up to any commissioners to share input about what you want to make sure we include in the annual report this year. Commissioner Michaud?
I agree with what you shared around putting some information in there about the 50th IDEA anniversary, and then also information about our wonderful new student commissioners. I also believe there's usually something around the ACSE Impact Award winner, and so would love to have that included as well.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. That is always one of our features for sure. And another thing to mention is that any of the commissioners can be part of authoring elements of our annual report. And I remember at our last meeting, we were talking in particular with our student commissioners about lifting up the work that they do within and outside of the commission. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to maybe have voices from students written. I know we have some fabulous literary talents represented with our student commissioners. So wondering, Commissioner Feimer and Commissioner Donato Sapp, if that would be something that you are interested in collaborating on.
Yes, I would love to do that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that could be a cool opportunity to do.
Thank you both so much. Vice Chair Snipes?
I think that thinking about, the things that we've elevated over this past year, not only just like the statewide system of support and what's happening across the statewide system of support, but also like that next layer closer to student impact is all of the great programs that we've had come and share what they're doing, and who they are. So I think that there's opportunity to look at it at our system of support level, and then also within those programs that have shared over this past year as well.
And I would go a step further and align that with our pillars to show what areas we have focused on and what areas maybe that were gaps for the coming year.
Both great suggestions. Thank you so much. Any other ideas? Oh, I see the fabulous Chris Murphy. Thank you so much for joining us. Just to catch you up, we were talking about the intention to spend some time at our June meeting reflecting on the past year so that we can get some good information going for the annual report. Ideas to uplift our the 50th anniversary of IDEA, we were thinking our student commissioners are both interested in maybe writing an article about their work and being on the commission from a student perspective. Of course, a section on our impact award winner, and then presentation strands that we've focused on with specific examples as they relate to our priority areas. And that is, oh, sorry, am I missing anything?
I was just saying that that sounds wonderful. We normally do have a section on the impact award, so we'll plan on that. Excuse me. And I am interested in any presentation strands that stand out for you. I've started to sort of sort through those. We've talked a lot about interpreter shortages. That's one theme that comes up. As Heather said, this statewide system of support, and definitely interested in what other things have stuck in all of your minds throughout the year.
Thank you. That's as far as we've gotten so far. Does anyone have any other thoughts, ideas, or maybe not if specific examples, things that you want to make sure that we're kind of capturing the spirit of with our annual report, things that are important to report out on across the state?
I had a question on it.
Yes.
The thing that goes out, does it give like a recap of like the whole year on like what happened on like on all of the like who presented or whatnot, or like a recap on like on what we did?
It does have a sort of a summary of the different people who've presented at different meetings, and then by sort of stream of topic. So again, interpreter shortage would have several people throughout the year. So that's summarized usually by me. And then we like to pick out particular priorities and interests that you all have separately.
Okay, thank you. Because some of the presentations that I listened to were just so cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Vice Chair Snipes?
I'm wondering, do we typically leave space for our appointing bodies to hear voice from them? Or is that something that we might want to consider if we haven't in the past?
If you want me to answer that, I haven't seen that in my time with the commission, and I think it's a great idea as long as deadlines could be met.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ruiz?
I would be remiss if I didn't mention, I would be happy to contribute anything that would highlight the FECs and parent centers and how far we've come just in the past few years as far as, I mean, obviously you've been here forever, but I feel we've just been in every conversation for a while. So I would love to help with that if you need it, Chris.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed.
That's great. Thank you so much. Since you brought up timelines, should we kind of go over benchmark timelines?
Yes. So we're aiming to get this report done and ready for your final approval at the October meeting. In light of that, we'd be drafting sort of up to the August meeting, so pretty quickly here now. And there'd be an opportunity for you to review the draft either at the August meeting or in the weeks preceding it, so that our final digital copy is ready in October. And then the hard copy, we're going to return to mailing the hard copy in the spring issue of the Special Edge, so a little bit later, but that's the one that meets the final approval deadlines. So we'll have that as an insert in the spring issue.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that would be helpful for us to discuss, or questions that you might have for us or that commissioners have about the process?
I guess just as far as procedure and maintaining all the rules of the meeting, would it be appropriate for me to follow up individually with commissioners such as Commissioner Ruiz and Commissioner Michaud, who I know would probably send the impact award information, or does that need to be done in a different, more public way? I want to make sure we're following the rules.
As long as we are not emailing, is it 3 or more individually for Bagley Keene? I need someone to check my math on that. I'm seeing nods. So if there's information that needs to go out to the entire commission, that should be sent through Denise. But if you are reaching out to commissioners in, let's say, groups of 2, then that's okay for you to reach out directly. And if I got that wrong, anybody from CDE can correct me. Okay, it's quiet, so I'm gonna.
Yeah. So I guess I'd just invite anyone who has additional thoughts if you have an aha moment after we get off the meeting about a highlight of the year that would be appropriate, please let me know or go through Chair Notch. And otherwise I'll follow up with individuals of you as appropriate and then send the draft through Denise to the entire commission.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to working on it again this year. It's exciting.
Yes. All right. And we appreciate, Chris, so much, all of your support. And you do such a phenomenal job of working with us and capturing everything and being patient when maybe hypothetically some of us take a little bit longer to get things to you. You're just so incredible. And I really, really appreciate all of the work that
Thank
you
you,
do.
Chair Notch. It's absolutely my pleasure.
Great.
Thank you for your patience with the Zoom update this morning or this afternoon too.
No problem. All right, we will move into public comment. So anyone wishing to speak about the ACSE annual report, the public comment slide will be up and it will have our dial-in number and participant access code. And you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number. And we'll have a minute to speak. And we'll leave a little bit of time here to allow members of the public to call in. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, team, looking at our agenda, we are way ahead of time, and our next presentation item isn't scheduled until 2:45. I'm wondering if we know if it's possible to move that presentation earlier if our presenter is on and ready. Okay, let's start actually with, if the commission is okay with this, moving to item 7 instead. Would that be okay with everybody if we start some of our committee work? Great. Okay, so we are going into item 7. We will come back to item 6. Item 7 is our committee study session for operations and planning. And so Vice Chair Snipes and I can discuss some of the elements that we want to start capturing in the fall and any items that we think we might want to study as a commission around the operations and planning of our meetings. Vice Chair Snipes, I know you had something in mind to talk about. Could we start with you?
Yeah, so I just want to bring to the commission first a celebration because our student commissioners will be continuing on with us for their 2nd year. And so I'm saying that ahead of the next piece because we are going to need to move through the student commissioner selection process over this next year. And so I've been working with the Transition Alliance to outline a timeline that works for us all, and it's not different than it has been in the past. It's just confirming that that is the timeline that we're going to follow. The other piece of this is we've had conversations around how to increase our pool, our applicant pool. And so I would love for us to be able to either brainstorm during this time or take away some thoughts, and maybe you can connect with me directly around ways that we might be able to increase our outreach and increase the access to the application for our future student commissioners. So that's something I'd like everyone to keep on mind. And I can just open it up to the group now to see if there's any questions or comments that you might have related to the student commissioner selection process.
Not to put anybody on the spot, but maybe at some point in this discussion, if our student commissioners have any feedback about what the experience was like for them, and any possible suggestions that they may have for changes to consider, I think that would be really valuable.
Can I add something right now?
Absolutely.
One thing I'd like to say is that I saw that on LinkedIn that the Department of Education posted the application to this commission, and they did that, I think, a lot. So it was very easy to find on that space, but also not everybody has LinkedIn, but I found that it was easy to find because they kept posting it over and over again.
I haven't add on to that. I did not have a LinkedIn at all, so I didn't know that I was on it. I was on, but I don't think I would have found this opportunity at all if not for like my mother being involved in all of this and everything. And I remember like she had told me about it, and I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And she was like, just Google it, just Google it. And I couldn't find like anything on it until I think she like sent me a link on it, and I read it and I was like, oh, this looks like a really cool opportunity. But during my first like initial Google search, like I didn't see anything on it, and it was kind of find hard because I was gonna look on like social media or stuff because it's like what people my age do, and I didn't see anything on social media, and so that was kind of a give up point for a second until like I looked like on like other websites.
Commissioner Feimer and Commissioner Donato-Sap, could you give us some examples of social media platforms that are really popular right now with youth?
Instagram.
Yeah, I think just
Great.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's definitely something that we want to increase, is our presence on those platforms that are more frequently used. And it's my intention to push out advertisement for this and throughout the whole process on Instagram. So that'll be a charge for me to make sure that I am connecting with the department to make sure that we are following rules and doing all the things that we need to do to be able to get the word out there. The other thing I was thinking of is we are all members of different circles and groups and organizations. And so just also leveraging those connections, whether it's through our liaisonships or it's through other connections that we all might have. Let me know if you're like, I'm a part of this network. We have a large listserv that gets to the student level, and we'll add that to the outreach.
Great idea. Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
Do we usually reach out to school districts, community colleges?
Vice Chair Snipes, do you have insight on what the Transition Alliance does with that?
We haven't typically reached out to individual school districts or community colleges, which is a great idea, Commissioner Scott. So I'm making note of all those things as well.
Okay, thanks.
I'm wondering too on that if we could engage with our SELPA partners and make sure they have that information and our special education administrators of county offices, because I know we do want a diverse representation of student commissioners. So those would be the two organizations that I think have good statewide reach.
And they can send it out to their CACs.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Commissioner Feimer.
Also, I was thinking about it for a second. Social media wise, I wonder if also part of why I didn't see that is because of, like she said, we're all in our own like kind of areas of social media. If it's like, it was just not in my like echo chamber on what it wants to give feedback to me and on the algorithm and whatnot. So also being mindful on like how we're getting it out there and which algorithms we're following.
That's totally true. Mm-hmm. So one of the ways that we can mitigate that is once we post, then we will reach out to the commission to cross post so that each one of our algorithms are being connected to.
Great thinking. Thank you. Any other thoughts on the recruitment process? Okay, well, it's not now or never, and we will be working with our partners on this. So if you think of anything, please let us know. Commissioner or Vice Chair Snipes, did you have anything else that you wanted to discuss?
I think one last idea that just came to me that I wanted to bring to everyone is just thinking around our statewide system of support. Many of the projects within it have exemplars or demonstration sites and districts. And so I would also love to reach out directly to those folks who we know have those types of connections to those school districts. I think to Commissioner Scott's question around, do we reach out to school districts? That could be a good place for us to also leverage our connections. But as far as the selection process goes, next steps, taking these notes and these ideas back to the Transition Alliance team that I've been working with, and then bringing any kind of updates or anything back to you all as they come to me.
Wonderful. Thank you. Something that was on my mind, I want to plant a seed in advance of our next meeting. We will begin our strategic planning at our next meeting. And as we think about our priority areas, I kind of want to hold two things in tension at once. First, we know continuity matters, and the issues that we have selected as our priorities are not small issues that we can move through a whole process and feel like we've reached resolution within 1 year. All of our priority areas are really, long arcs, and the voice that we have carries more weight, I think, if we've been building on the same foundation rather than starting fresh each cycle. And at the same time, this work that we do is alive and ever changing and always moving. So we know that policy shifts, data changes, new needs emerge. And so I also want us to be mindful of what the current landscape is also asking of us and calling us to do. So as you spend some time between now and the next meeting, I would really invite you to reflect on a couple of questions. One is that what from our current priority areas do you feel like we should really continue focus on? And the second question is, what feels new or urgent enough that it needs a place at the table, with a caveat that We're always mindful of the fact that we are an advisory body and not an advocacy body, and that the priorities that we focus on each year are really in service of advising our appointing bodies. And so just think of it with that frame. And then we'll bring those threads together at our next meeting and shape kind of a strategic planning process that's balancing the grounded and the responsiveness that that we need to kind of have in duality as a commission. Commissioner Scott. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, sorry about that. Okay, so talking about that, continuity, I want to address this election of officers. It just seemed to me like we just selected officers. I mean, the year seemed to have gone by so far. And for continuity, I'm wondering if we shouldn't extend that to like 2 years so that the people are selected, have a real grasp on what their duties are, and can at least work on the issues that, we're working on continuously, just to get some continuity. I don't know if that's something that we have any control over, but I think it would make more sense to me, at least 2 years, we choose a different different officers. I don't know what the rest of the committee thinks.
Thank you for bringing that up. We have had that discussion when we were reviewing our bylaws. It is something that we can choose to amend within our bylaws. The last discussion that we had, I don't remember the month, but the commissioners, I think, wanted to keep it at 1 year and let the election process play out. If I believe some of the comments were, if they feel like the leadership is working well, then they can nominate and vote for them again. And if they have concerns, then they're able to make changes. But we can always bring in a conversation about anything within our bylaws if we agendize it and have a new or different discussion about anything that's not, captured in statute language. Of course, that has to stay as is. But I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on this or any other memories from that discussion that I might have forgotten. Commissioner Michaud?
I was trying to remember the reason why we ended up not moving forward with it, because I think generally the commission was on board with that idea, and maybe there was some concern around kind of getting in the weeds for, oh, does that mean we need to consider term lengths in order to get into elections? And then I think the idea behind that was that if we continue with the 1 year cycle, we can effectively give officers 2 years without having to worry about kind of term lengths and ending there. But yeah, if I remember correctly, we're all kind of on board for the idea of extending those for 2 years, and it was more of a logistical concern in terms of why we didn't move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorter?
No, I think that was exactly it. Everybody was on board, but then it became an issue if somebody left office and the terms not aligning with people. And so I think that's where the conversation kind of stalled out.
Yeah, I'm remembering that now. Well, I will say with great relief and tremendous gratitude that I'm so happy to be able to tackle a second year, because the experience that I've had this past year has really, I think, underscored how quickly it flies by within 5 meetings. And I'm excited to be able to continue digging into the work and, moving that forward with my fabulous vice chair and my incredible commissioners. So just appreciate the opportunity to do that. And while we're on the subject of roles, another thing just to plant a seed for our next meeting, is between now and then Vice Chair Snipes and I will be reaching out to everybody to talk about liaison and committee assignments. So if you are interested in keeping your liaison and committee assignments, we want to hear that. If you are, if you have other ideas for liaison partners or committees that you think are called for in our work, we definitely want to hear that as well. And then we'll get all of that settled and announced at our next meeting. Are there any thoughts on that right now? Just fresh with no warning about this discussion that anyone wants to share?
I would just like to share, I really would love us to, and I've said this before, I would really love to see our liaison reports become more robust. And so really be thoughtful about who it is that you might want to partner with, or if you have a partnership with a liaison, really follow through with those connections and share anything you can, and remembering that it's a two-way communication. So they're sharing the information with us, but we really want to make sure that we're also sharing information with them and with our appointing bodies.
Commissioner Sorter and then Commissioner Ruiz.
Just looking at your two reflection questions about current priorities and maybe new trends and a sense of urgency, will we be looking at creating possibly new committees once we have that discussions for new opportunities, or are we staying with the same committees we have?
No, I think we absolutely can examine and should examine our committees each year. And if there's a need or desire to form new ones or to sunset ones that we are no longer aligned with our priority areas, we're totally flexible and able to do that. Commissioner Ruiz?
So when you say robust, like could we, because it came up this week when I was putting mine together, could we do like 2 or 3 slides? I mean, you know, is that something that, obviously not a presentation, you know what I mean? But if it would help to convey the message, you know, I would like a little bit more input on that. And we can talk about that when we talk one-on-one. I mean, however you want to digest that.
Well, I think that we developed a slide deck, and we have one that's been approved by the department for us to use. And so I think moving forward and honoring universal design, being able to verbally and visually show our connections, it would be great for our commission here, but also it would be great for our audience. And so I am fully aligned with being able to put our reports on slides, and we do have a format to do that. So we can certainly start to add that to the regular process as we move forward.
Thanks, Heather. You're right. I know that was there. And yeah, I just didn't use it. So now going forward with the new regime that is so different from the last one, yeah, definitely we'll look into that more. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions? That's what I had for discussion for ops and planning. So that was my educator wait time. So not seeing anything else, we will move to public comment. So anyone wishing to make public comment on our operations and planning discussion, the slide is up. There is a dial-in number and a participant access code. And once you call in, you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number and given 1 minute to speak.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Okay, let's move into item 8, our committee study session for the Legislation and Policy Committee. I will turn it over to Commissioner Sorter to see if there are any items that Leg and Policy would like to bring forward or discuss today.
Sure, I'm going to be switching through screens a little bit here. So the governor's proposed budget, right, the main historic 2.4 billion increase to state special education funding, boosting base rate per student funding to support growing service needs. And I'm sure there might be a little bit tomorrow more conversation on some presenters around that. I know Anjanette is going to be presenting, and she is a budget guru, but I think she's presenting on something else, but we maybe could throw in a budget question or two for her. AB 560 requires local education agencies to equally distribute the workload of initial special education assessments across all resource specialists. And then what just passed is AB 2468 and AB 255 from Assembly Person Dr. And so I know Heather will speak a bit more to this, but AB 2468 is supporting innovative practices, the SIT project, a proven model that has increased inclusion rates of students with disabilities at 13 times the state average, helping create more equitable and supportive learning environments for all students. And AB 2555 advances efforts to close persistent achievement gaps in ESL students across the state by restructuring outdated reclassification procedures. I also have a bunch of bills to watch that are not necessarily specific to special education that I will be dropping into our file. And I don't know if Commissioner Snipes wants to talk about the SIP or at all, but that will be moving into the Senate.
You got it. Thanks, Commissioner Sorter.
Any comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Scott, I see that you unmuted. Is that to make a comment or ask a question?
Sorry, no.
Oh, no worries. I didn't want to miss you again, just in case. I have a question, actually, Commissioner Sorter. One of the things that we've talked about multiple times is the difficulty with the alignment of our meeting dates with the legislative cycle and figuring out how we can best sort of amplify our advisory role. Do you have any thoughts on that, suggestions, anything at all that might make your role easier and our impact kind of amplified?
Behind the scenes, we are working on that and hope to send out a little timeline to everybody soon.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Well, friends, we have been very, very efficient. I think the best thing to do right now is to take a break because we're still ahead of time of our next presentation. I don't know that we have an estimate or any information about whether Anjanette will be able to join us early. Any thoughts on how long of a break we should take? We're a little under an hour until her presentation.
I'm sorry, we were not able to confirm if they are able to move that up.
We have not heard yet, but we may. So we could keep it just on schedule and come back at 2:45, or we can try for a shorter break just in case she's available earlier and then break again if she's not. Any preferences on that? I saw Vice Chair Snipes' face on that one.
Let's start with a 20-minute break. And so let's come back together. Let's just give it a round number, 2:15. And we'll do a quick check-in. And if we haven't been able to change that presentation time, then we'll just go with the time that it was originally scheduled.
Perfect. I love it. Okay, we are going to break until 2:15. At 2:15, we'll hope to come back to item 6 from School Services of California. But if not, Vice Chair Snipes' idea of a second break, part 2, will happen at that time. So enjoy your break and we'll see you back at 2:15. Welcome back, everybody. We are grateful that our next presenter was able to start early. And so we are ready to transition straight into item 6. We have Anjanette Pelletier, Director of the Management Consulting Services with School Services of California, to walk us through funding and best practices and how to leverage that to be in support of students across the state. So we're grateful that you're here and happy to turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. Thanks so much. My name is Anjanette Pelletier, and I, as Sarah said, currently work for School Services of California. Prior to joining School Services of California, I spent 25 years in public service, all in special education. I started as a school psychologist and made my way up through the ranks to become a director in 2 different districts in the San Francisco Bay Area. I spent the second half of my career as the Associate Superintendent for San Mateo County SELPA, which was a much bigger picture role with lots more LEAs and a time during which I got to meet Miss Notch. So glad to be here, glad to see a couple of known and friendly faces, and really excited to have this opportunity to share with you a summary version of a presentation that several of my colleagues and I just recently did with supporting innovative practices. So I know that you all have a copy of a PowerPoint, but know that that's a shortened version, and that I believe in the resources there's a link to the longer version and a video version that includes my colleagues from Paso Robles Joint and Marysville Joint as well. So I'll get started. If you could take me to the next slide. I do want to highlight that I have kept in there the contact information for the 2 colleagues I worked with when we did that presentation for supporting innovative practices. I was very pleased and honored to be joined by Heather Wahlberg, who is the Director of Early Childhood Education at Paso Robles, and also Wakita Wilson, who is currently the Coordinator of Preschool Special Education in Marysville Joint, and will be becoming the Director of that program. Their contact information, their email addresses are on this slide, and they are very proud of the work that they do, and justifiably so. So if you have direct questions for them, they knew that I was doing this presentation to you today, but with the amount of time and trying to have it be more of a summary version, we felt like it was best if I just present a couple of their slides. But if you have more in-depth questions, then you could reach them directly. If I could go to the next slide. This presentation really was about the concept of identifying what might be really smart investments for districts and LEAs to consider when thinking about how to get the biggest impact for their students. And we started with a focus on early childhood education. So you, as members of the Advisory Commission on Special Education, are likely aware that there are new revenues proposed in the governor's budget, up to $13.40 per ADA for special education base rate, which really is a monumental increase in funding. And it really opens up an opportunity for districts to think about how to consider the concept of investing in a program, building out programs that will meet our needs, not only now, but into the future. And we talk about investment in the kind of language that uses things like, what is that return on the investment that you might receive? And so although I know we're talking about children and the adults who support them, there really are multiple ways to make those investments be really smart and realize long-term positive outcomes, those returns on investment for students with disabilities and other students as well. So what we know is that we are obligated to provide special education all the way down to infant, most LEAs to preschool. And what we are also finding is that there is not a lot of resources to make that happen, and that it can be very, very expensive. We also know that one of the big pushes and expectations in this space is that we start thinking about the least restrictive environment, reinforcing the rightful presence of children in the general education setting, in natural environments, and that many LEAs are actually struggling to build out a continuum across the early childhood education space. So I really see this as a pivotal moment of both potential additional funding and really a building awareness that we can't keep doing things the way we've been doing. We need to start making intentional choices and investments to have that long-term impact. There was a couple of recent OAH cases, Office of Administrative Hearing cases, where districts who said, well, we don't have a general education program available for our students. That was not a defense for making sure that students with disabilities have access to that entire continuum of the least restrictive environment. So we need to start making new choices. Next slide. And when it comes to that idea of return on investment, I don't want anyone to hear that I'm not thinking about the people and the humans who make that happen and the children that we're serving. But it is sort of a concept that does resonate with the rest of our partners, our business partners, our community partners, and the realities, the fiscal realities that we face of needing to have budget alignment, living within our means, and trying to make the best choices for our fiscal sustainability. So what we are seeing in the state is that when local educational agencies start that inclusive process earlier, they are seeing big gains. They are seeing improved outcomes for students. They're seeing more students included. They're seeing students with disabilities have better models from their peers for language, for routines, for social emotional growth. We're seeing better family engagement and satisfaction with the process, building trust, which has reduced the number of settlement agreements, compliance complaints, families feeling like they might need an alternative dispute resolution process rather than just an engagement process with their program. And we're also seeing positive benefits for service providers who previously have been telling us, I don't have time to get all of these assessments and services completed because our preschool population is growing. They're finding that when they rethink how they deliver service, that their practices can actually improve and that they will have more time to do the activities that are really, really important. So growing engagement, improving access, improving behaviors, and a possibility for transition into an inclusive setting in the future is really valuable. Next slide. We know that in California, we've had lots of recent policy investments, the universal preschool continuum, and also transitioning into universal TK, new opportunities in the early childhood space that are growing in California. It's fantastic to have those investments. And we know that we have our ongoing state and federal mandates for the least restrictive environment, which is leading to compliance and improvement monitoring. For many LEAs who are not meeting those metrics, those annual performance report metrics. So we have this balance of mandates and goals. And so now LEAs are really needing to lean into, how do I help my LEA reach those annual performance goals? How am I going to reach my district's mission and vision of including all learners, of supporting inclusive practice, of equitable access? And we have this building energy around concepts of rightful presence from the very beginning, not having to earn my place in that general education space, but starting there as my foundational program and receiving support services within that setting rather than needing to be in a different space in order to get my educational needs met. So next slide. Why is this so important? We are seeing a tremendous growth in the number of young children being referred to special education and meeting eligibility criteria for special education. You can see here on this chart, I have really basically 3 columns where we can see multi-year trends of the growth of students with disabilities in special education in California. And what this tracks is year over year growth. So our percentage of growth year over year. And so what you can see there in the first column, all students ages 0 to 22. And in the middle column, students ages 6 to 22. And you can see that we have been plugging along for quite some time at a 2.5% to 3% increase year over year in students with disabilities. We all knew that our percentage of students with disabilities was rising. Then we had a cratering of referrals and eligibility during our COVID years, which makes sense as students were not coming to school, distance learning year really impacted. But you can see for all students and for age 6 to 22, we've sort of returned back to an equilibrium. We had a little growth spurt where we had to find children that maybe we missed during those pivotal COVID years. But now we're back to about a 3% growth year over year. But boy, look at that last column. Now, of course, obviously, we were going to have this massive decline in students with disabilities being identified during the pandemic because very few people were bringing in their babies to be assessed behind a plexiglass screen and a mask, right? But you can see that once we came back, we identified more children for special education. And then we had, again, another intense rise, above 10% year over year change. And that might have been something that we anticipated, given how few students we were able to identify during that pivotal period. But our third year, that yellow bar, shows that our trajectory of identification continues to be well above any statistical pattern that we've seen before. These young ones are now going to be rolling up into our TKs, our kindergarten classrooms, and our first grades and onward. If we don't rethink how we're serving them, then we are going to end up with thousands of children in segregated special day class environments rather than having that inclusive transition and a space to grow along with their typically developing peers. So the next slide. So what we're really encouraging people, and not just me, but again, the partners that I worked with, people out there working with the California Early Childhood Special Education Network, supporting innovative practices, is really thinking about how do we make a strategic shift occur from a traditional model of I come for drop-in speech, or I have a special day class for a couple of hours a day, where I get some targeted support, to thinking about if my rightful presence is the educational programming available to all children, how can I build that so that more students have access to a broader span of support, a broader span of students, and a broader span of environmental conditions. And really, we're, instead of thinking about preschool separate from special ed, thinking about how do we blend that together, because that blending will not only support our students with disabilities, but it also will provide for early intervention access and exposure for students who are in the general education environments, students who may be at risk, students who could benefit from knowledgeable staff in the room who are able to provide some intervention. And so next slide. This kind of rethinking and shifting of our practices, it really requires intentional fiscal planning. In this space, you hear a lot of language about blending funding, braiding funding, layering funding, because there are different systems coming together and each one of them has a funding source and an intended purpose. And in order to really make this work, the programs who are doing it well are building those programs, aligning their funding opportunities. I don't know what just happened there, but I just got a notice about a sticky note, so I'm just gonna keep going. So the next slide for me, I just want that intentional fiscal planning is making sure that you are thinking about what different funding resources you have and how you can blend them together. And so here we see a representation of how you could have one classroom with students who are being potentially funded by different cost objectives with clear documentation so that you meet the criteria of each one of the different systems, but that you provide services seamlessly to children and their families in a way that doesn't have to reflect what's going off behind the scenes, but is really focused on their educational quality. So thinking about interlaying and interweaving California State preschool seats, Head Start seats, early start and early intervention, fee for service, private and community services, and special education, and thinking about how to do that all in one space collaboratively. And programs that are doing this are seeing benefits in places that they had not anticipated. Improved behavior, improved language outcome for multi-language learners, improved academic outcomes, improved social engagement for all of our students. So it can really be quite powerful. Next slide. In my other presentation with my colleagues, each one of my partners took about a half an hour to 20 minutes to talk about their program and their learning. So I do really encourage you to go and see some of those conversations. But I will highlight that I have been privileged to work with two programs. One is the Marie Bauer Early Education Center in Paso Robles. They won a Spotlight Award from ACSE earlier this year. This is a link to their video, which is about 6 minutes long, so you can watch it at a later time. But really, they really said to themselves, in our community, we need a space for all of our youngest learners to get access. And if we build it and blend it together, we think we're going to get better trust, better relationships, happier families, happier students, and long-term outcomes. And that's what's happening. They've had really intentional instruction and whole team planning, which leads to the special educators being able to not be primarily responsible for a full day of teaching, but instead be able to layer their support across multiple classrooms while the California State preschool educator handles curriculum development. They've been able to embed OT, PT, speech into programs with all students, targeting some students for their IEP goals, but in small groups where other students who might need a little boost or a little monitoring are getting that benefit. And they're building the capacity of all the adults in the room who see the specialist prompt and provide specialized instruction, and then they're able to replicate some of those strategies and techniques throughout the rest of the day. Really powerful. Next slide. It's not all perfect and easy in any situation. It does have costs, and there are constant opportunities to solve challenges. So some of the things that they realized at Marie Bauer was that they need the general ed partners to be strong because they need to take a strong role in providing that foundational setting and foundational curriculum. They've actually been able to reduce their special education teacher FTE because instead of having a teacher with 2 aides and 10 students in one classroom, they instead have case managers who are more itinerant, going from class to class, building that specially designed instruction into the other opportunities, and therefore they are now able to support more students. The same with the classified support staff. They've had fewer requests for one-on-one aides, fewer needs for targeted individualized support because the classroom settings are set up where all children are getting supported. And you walk in there and you can't tell who's the special educator, who's the general educator, who's got an IEP and who does not. So they are seeing lower transportation costs into their future as their students go to their home schools for TK and K. They're seeing reduced outside placements, reduced legal costs, reduced settlement costs. Really powerful in a really short amount of time. They've really only been leaning into this investment for the last 3 years. Next slide. They have had some realities I'm not saying it's perfect, but what I am saying is the alternative is not to spend zero. We are mandated to offer those special education programs, which can be quite costly. So when you think about that cost, and then you think about what can I get for it if I braid in or layer in those other services, they're finding that's where they really believe that that investment is worth it. Has it cost more? Yes. In some places, there are some costs, but they keep continually looking for ways that they can build in parent fees appropriately for fee-for-service families. They can leverage their reimbursements under state preschool. They can leverage their data and technology by enrolling all students and getting higher reimbursement rates for California state preschool. They also know that they have improved their own practice. So the number of children who need IEPs is going down as they get early intervention via exposure in the environment. The number of students being exited from speech-only IEPs going up because those students are getting deep language exposure in every aspect of their day. And their transitions into school-age settings are also showing continued inclusive practice and access, which is reducing the cost for special educators. Next slide is where we learn about Marysville Joint and their inclusive journey. Different location, different resources, different drivers, but similar focus areas in terms of an outcome. They wanted to bring their kids closer to home, have them not be on buses for so long to go to a regional program. They were looking at their own budget alignment and the costs they were paying to a regional service provider. So they really decided, let's lean in with our state preschool and identify some places where we can start building one class at a time. You don't have to start your entire scope of service. They started with one classroom and one partnership. Next slide. And one of the things that I'm really excited about that they really think about is people often say, well, what do you mean by layering or blending funding? This is a really quick visual way. I know that the words are really small, but the words aren't actually the point here. You can see from the color coding, the yellow, the green, the red, where the funding sources are. So you can see that they have certificated staff in green that are being funded by California State Preschool. They have special education staff being funded in those yellow boxes. They have different resources and related service providers who are partnering together. You see little arrows where they partnered with different from one classroom to another. And so you can really see how they organized themselves as they were building out this program and all of the areas where their expenditures are layering and braiding. Next slide for them. And so they actually, again, they're in a multi-year journey, but they've really started feeling like they really are starting to meet their goals. They started with a high enrollment in a regional program, and they have now shifted all of that enrollment to their own program, many of whom are now also enrolled in California State Preschool. So they're getting special ed revenue and some California State Preschool revenue being generated in their system. They've got more students than they had aimed for who are dually enrolled, and they know that they are continuing to need these spots because their referrals continue to be on pace with the number of children that are being referred. But again, their service delivery is more targeted, and they are seeing students head to kindergarten successfully without an IEP. So next slide for me. So we started with early childhood, but we ended that presentation really talking about how to build an inclusive trajectory, how to go from that inclusive start to creating an inclusive pathway. And we have districts across the state doing inclusive practices in targeted ways, some of which are really successful and maybe some of which sometimes fall short of our expectations. I think you probably heard about co-teaching, where people really want that to be an effective model at high school and middle school. But what we really want people to think about is how do we redesign that thinking as well? What supports do we need to make general education work? Not where is that program going to be? And so we think about how we can move that inclusive mindset, that my right to be in the general ed environment is from going from schoolhouse to schoolhouse, and ways that we can make that happen by looking at different pedagogies, different strategies, and prioritizing what's important at each one of our school levels. Next slide. One of the things that we know in education is that co-teaching can be really powerful practice, but it also can be really imperfect in its implementation. There are lots of different forms of co-teaching, and unfortunately, many of our systems end up relying on one that is really less focused on the power that can be realized with co-teaching, and becomes more of two adults in the room, one of them acting more as a support provider rather than as an equal educator. And co-teaching can also be quite expensive in terms of resource allocation. It can be quite expensive, and it can be quite limiting for students. Even though its intention is to grow inclusive access, if there's only 2 sections of co-teaching available at a school site, now we have a motivation to cluster all of our students. So potential for power and imperfect in implementation. And so really thinking about how do we rethink co-teaching as a tool rather than a placement option, rethinking how do we utilize our resources, given that we have staffing realities where we may not have all of the opportunities to really have 2 educators in every classroom. And how can we be inclusive while our instructions, for all of our instructional needs. Next slide. So one of the things that is sort of building in lots of places is sort of this idea of targeted collaborative inclusion rather than full co-teaching. I'm in there every minute of a 50-minute period every day of the week, is thinking about when does my coverage need to be there? What is the data that drives how we deliver that service? And how can we schedule intensity for students who need it, but also flexibility to support the concept of our students can be in there for lots of the components, but may need some intensive remediation. Really wanting districts to consider how can we be precise with our coverage, and how that may mean that we actually end up with less coverage for every single period of the day, but that mind shift could also get us to a more sustainable alternative within the staffing realities and budget realities that we have. Next slide. So what we really want to encourage districts to do is think about, as they're building and thinking about redesign, is really thinking about what indicators should we be tracking. It's really hard to talk with our communities and our staff and our parents and our business offices about that return on investment and whether we're getting the outcomes we want from the investments we're making of time, people, resources, if we don't have metrics. And so really thinking about what do our different metrics that are important to you, what should they be looking like? And here are some common metrics that I see across the state. We're obviously in the special education space wanting to achieve goals, building independence, improving our skills. But there are a lot of other metrics that maybe are equally valuable, especially as we move into the secondary space. And so finally, next slide, we provided some resource links to the community of watchers, 3 that are really valuable currently. We have the ACSE network, which I mentioned earlier, that is doing an amazing job in the early childhood space of highlighting strong, innovative practitioners and sharing and building network amongst them to share their resources. I also shared the California Universal Pre-K initiative because they also have tons of resources for families and professionals. They also did an amazing workshop recently where they highlighted the excellent work of Lancaster Unified School District. So it's not just the 2 that I've highlighted. There are others across the state who are doing fantastic work. And then finally, California Educators Together is another place where there are high quality resources for educators of all levels and people who are embarking on their co-teaching journeys can find resources and lesson planning materials there as well. So we shared those resources. My last slide, before I send you my thanks, was an entire page of links for people who wanted access to resource materials, research articles, articles highlighting the value and the possibilities of the concept of blending, braiding, and layering funding, building inclusive practices and inclusive access. So thank you so much. My last slide is my contact information if you would like to ask me any further questions. And I'm so glad to have been here. Thank you for the invitation.
Anjanette, thank you so much. And it's great to see you again. What I really appreciated most, I think, about this presentation is that it reframes the conversation in a way that really should resonate with every school and district leader in California. Inclusive practices are not a budget risk. They are a sound fiscal investment in many ways, and one that can significantly increase student outcomes. So I really appreciate the emphasis on that. And thinking of our presentations that we've heard all throughout the day, there's a really solid through line from you, from our Impact Award winners, from the CCIC presentation, and the same question that you put in one of your slides, which is what supports would make general education work? And I think not defaulting to a conversation around what programs or placements are available, asked consistently and in good faith really centers rightful presence, and it changes everything. So thank you again so much for sharing your expertise with us, and thank you also for your flexibility on the timing of the presentation. And I will turn it over to other commissioners for any reflections or questions. Commissioner Sorter.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hi.
I really like slide 14, the layering and braiding of the funding with staff. So many times I think people think funding is in silos. And I think this graph really is a nice way to show leaders that this is what braided funding looks like, that just because you're funded out of one pot doesn't mean you're a silo over here doing this work that is inclusive to everybody. So I've never seen a slide like 14 before. It's slightly different, but not quite like this one. And so I really love this slide.
Thank you.
And your full presentation, of course.
Thank you. And I will say, make sure you go look at the fuller report, fuller presentation, because we actually laid out what special education, what CSPP, what Head Start can bring to the braid. And so there's actual more information on there about what layering and braiding and can look like in actual practice.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Snipes.
Anjanette, thank you so much for coming and presenting on this. I've had the privilege of hearing you present on these things a few times now. I am so happy that Commissioner Sorter called out slide 14. I have had the privilege of working with Marysville over the last 5 years. So from the time that they did their program transfer back to the district to where they are now, and I can say with confidence that creating this organizational chart was one of their shining stars over this past year. And it was specifically around that piece of funding. Like, this is how we're going to show that our investment in early childhood is important and valuable. And I think that one of the things that I've learned from them, and one of the things that you brought up here too, Anjanette, is just that investment means so many different things. So the importance of investing funding, yes, absolutely. And sometimes that investment goes to different places depending on where you are in your inclusive journey. And so investing in staff training to begin with, to make sure everyone's on board, is going to then affect how your programming works and how efficient it is, which is another return on investment, right? And so I really love that we talk about the different pieces of investment, and that it's not always directly financial, but we can see a direct connection to the financial benefit down the road, which takes me to my last little piece, and that is that oftentimes early childhood folks are consistently convincing our districts that the benefits are going to show, and you just have to be patient. And so it's not an immediate return. It's not something that we see in our data right away. And I think that Marysville, again, having worked with them, is a good example of that. They're at that point now where they're able to show the data, but it's been years of progress and years of trust from everyone at the district level to get them there. And my dog agrees. So thank you very much for being here. I really, really appreciated your presentation.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, thank you for it was a really great presentation. You got me thinking when you were saying, if all of this works, or when all of it works, we will have like less IEPs coming into pre-K or TK, right? And I was like, I don't know about that. But I was like, oh, wait a minute, that happened to me. I mean, it actually happened to me. And I was thinking, how, right? Because my second son wasn't talking and hitting some of these milestones, right? So I right away was like, we got to get him evaluated. We got to blah, blah, blah. And got him into this phenomenal program that, hello, he can talk. And I've said this so many times, he just wasn't getting the reciprocation from his older brother who has autism, right? But I had that education. I had that presence, even though it wasn't very long, but I knew to do that. And so I'm thinking if we can find a way to get families to the FECs sooner, we can really help train parents to be strong partners at the table, which I think would just relieve so many things, right? General ed teacher, special ed teacher, it doesn't matter. They're ready, And so, yeah, I think, if we could all work together, I know that sounds it takes a village or kumbaya, but I mean, the medical, the educational, parent engagement, and when necessary, regional center, all working together, I think we can ensure what your presentation was saying.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the key pieces, again, where it's a very truncated version, but for both districts, one of the really critically important components of what they're doing is active parent engagement and education. The families are part of the process. They love their programs. There are plenty of students who come in with at-riskness, some language development that needs shoring up, some social emotional capacity to self-regulate, there's plenty of areas where a lot of our young ones need something, and many of them are getting that in the environment, embedded in the environment, and not needing an early referral. But the specialists are able to say, ooh, I've been working with Joey now in my small group for the last 2 months. And actually, I do think it's time for an assessment because I really am seeing that although he's making some growth, he does need targeted support versus Jane, who came in and was struggling some with her R sound. And so we put her in the small group where I'm prompting over here for R. And now that sound is producing reliably with prompting from lots of people in the setting. So it really does allow lots of students to get exposure and the specialists to really be targeted.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. I really appreciated it, and I love seeing your enthusiasm for inclusion. I'm a parent of a child with significant disabilities that traditionally wouldn't be considered for an inclusion kind of program, but she has always been included and gone to a really great program where she has had that rigorous inclusive education from the get-go. And now she's in high school and she's always had that and is, you know, on a trajectory to graduate with a diploma and possibly go on to college. And I can talk forever about how passionate I am about inclusion for all students, even with the most significant support needs. But it's really great to hear the professionals speak about it and how meaningful it can be and achievable from a funding perspective, and looking at students not from how do they become a candidate for inclusion, but how do we make sure that every student can be included. So I really, really appreciated your presentation and your enthusiasm. You got me all hyped up, so thank you.
Thank you.
Scanning for any other commissioners. Commissioner Hamilton, I love how you said hyped up, because as in previous experiences with Anjanette in the SELPA meetings, she's phenomenal, and we're so lucky to have had her today, bringing all of her knowledge and expertise and perspectives and encouragement to shift our thinking. So thank you again so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the opportunity, and glad to be part of forwarding this message, because I do think that it's a mindset shift and an opportunity to redesign with some resources is currently before us, and so I'm really excited about that. Thank you
So much. Thank you. We will transition to public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, the slide will be up on the screen. There's a dial-in number and a participant access code. When you call in, you will be identified by the last 4 digits of your phone number, and we'll have 1 minute to speak. And we'll give a little bit of time for folks to call in.
Caller ending in 4476. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation and begin public comment. Speaker, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, Veronica Coates on behalf of the SALPA Association. I would like to commend Anjanette for her excellent presentation and for making special education finance understandable and relevant to student outcomes. I especially appreciated her focus on investing special education dollars in innovative and inclusive practices, particularly as we transition this year to a new funding model. For many of us, years of underfunding have been reality, so this historic increase in funding is something we never expected to see. Rather than simply doing business as usual or viewing these funds as a way to offset general fund contributions, Anjanette challenges us to think about investments that directly support our students. Thank you, Anjanette, for helping us think about funding not just as numbers on a spreadsheet, but as a tool to improve outcomes and opportunities for our students to thrive. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Do we have any other callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Well, thanks again to Anjanette. And because we moved items, let's see, 7 and 8 to before item 6, we are Ready for item 9. I see Commissioner Scott has a hand up.
Thanks, Commissioner Notch. I was just thinking, back to our annual report. We have had so many great presentations on inclusion from preschool up to college. I think we have to say something in our report about inclusion.
Great. Thank you so much for mentioning that. We will, I'm sure Vice Chair Snipes, as always, is taking diligent notes. I see a thumbs up there. Thank you so much. Okay, so we will move into item 9. If we can have the public comment slide back up. This is general public comment, so it's an opportunity for any members of the public to comment on items that were not on our agenda. The dial-in number is displayed. The participant access code is also displayed, and callers will be identified by the last 4 digits of their phone number and will have 1 minute to speak. Again, just a reminder, this is public comment for any items that were not on our agenda today. And we'll leave a few moments for callers to dial in. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, commissioners, what a day. We had so many phenomenal presentations, and I really want to thank you for your flexibility being in a online format. I think we all really love the opportunity to come together in person, and I personally feel like I can typically be more engaged in person on meetings than I am on some of my Zoom meetings, but the engagement was just A+ today, and I'm so happy to see all of your smiling faces and tiny little boxes. And we'll look forward to spending time with you again tomorrow. We have a fantastic agenda planned, and we will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. So today we started at 10. We're starting an hour earlier tomorrow at 9 a.m. And with this, we will adjourn day 1 of the June meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you all tomorrow.